All right. Okay, I think now I've figured out the damn sound. Welcome. This is the S.T.S.H broadcast. Just kind of fumbling through this shit tonight. Anyhow, let's just play some music while I fiddle around a bit more. This is Wolf Warrior Radio. Rise.
Recognize what you believe. Things are not what they appear. Lies reveal the truth to your eyes. You seldom hear the battle cry. Time will come and we must strive. Though the darkness falls, warrior calls. The road to peace awaits to those who bear. Shall never fail to rise. Love, everyone has had enough with the system we're part of. Storm ahead, it might be rough. Truth, break division, teach our youth. No transitions ever smooth. The answer lies with you. Though the darkness falls, warrior recalls. The road to peace awaits to those who bear the way. In the end, tonight we bend
Was Wolf Warrior Radio, song called Rise. Anyway, guys, yeah, this is the first broadcast officially kind of fumbling through some of the setup. Seems that the setup that I saved yesterday, this morning actually, went and reset itself, so I had to do it all over again, and I couldn't remember shit. Anyway, gonna play another song here. I have a pretty small collection at the moment, so I'm actually going to be reaching out to the people out there in the world. Send me your music. If you're an independent songwriter, musician, artist, whichever, send me your tunes. We'll set up a bio for you on the website, and we'll do a whole bunch of other groovy stuff. Anyway, carrying on, this is G Malicious, Puppet Master.
Yeah. Check it like this. Puppet Master. Can't advance your plan in Antioch. Ask $1 trillion man, William Shanley. Hand his handlers, where he at, cousin? Yo, retract his right, net neutrality. Puppet master fallacy, can't fathom past the actual keys. Pineal gland speaking the language past your reach. Thrown in the Rio Grande, seeking payments, objectivity reach. Son of the beast, left a pile of bones that the sun bleeds on the beach. BHP, peace. VIP like TIB, more like Tyler Quali, we be in the streets. Deflate your ego like the Metrodome. Yellow belly roll over, diamond cut through gold. You notice metaphors, reset the metronome, never know. Fucking ready, hopeless. Caught 'em stealing quarters out my beverage holders. Yo, you smooth vultures. You morph norms and you hide the chessboards. You whores, you fucking go when you're gone regardless. Bang, 2 stains. I move blame, don't shoot blanks. My 2 aims and choose pain. Your fucking dude's strange. Alex Jones won't even give you loose change. Bang, 2 stains. I move blame, don't shoot blanks. My 2 aims and choose pain. Your fucking dude's strange. Alex Jones won't even give you loose change. Multiple contexts. Frauds fall while they watching the clock rest. Vulnerable God sense. No broads at all. Barry Soul Toro cock fest. Process to bounce checks. Photographic memory helps me lock into your dark sense. Jack the Ripper, this triple lithium schizophrenic prostitute kid. You need to fucking block less. Acting like you from the projects. Let me guess. Man, you all Hillary, you winning till you getting Nancy Kerrigan. Then you felt the stereo setting in, waiting for the future, blocking the present, representing a never-ending Great Depression. Let's descend it. We're blind in irrelevance. 9/11 said this shit is devilish. National defense authorization, descent begins. Money is the death and it's the best of your friends. Yo, police shoot in the back of your head while you under arrest. Koch brothers and George Soros, sword and the pencil gone like Zorro. Yo, poverty stomped through the floorboards. Fucking Bull Toro, forward, full torso disposal. Watching tyranny come at you full forward, full force and towards. Down the garbage disposal, there your fucking future goes. Only the Fuhrer knows how to draw up them blueprints. Here we go. Hope I get lasso, cracking pistachio, facts are ours. Lacking backbone, don't knock your plateau. So cold, throwing out the status quo. Full metal jacket, hand cannon, calico. Blasting automatic weapons in your asshole. Then I laugh slow. I'm underrated. Only your motherless child could appreciate it. A close shade, I should've never made it. Now I'm on my way with a broken compass and no map for navigation. I rap for more than just throw your hands up. You got your hands cuffed, unless you understand the hoax of Adam Lanza. Ronald Lee Haskell, the signs of societal cancer. Hold a grudge like Matt Drudge. Y'all whack fucks never ask us. Y'all pass up, cause your ass will get crushed. Just cause you're passive don't mean we act nuts.
Yeah, G Malicious in the house. Anyway, guys, I didn't really give too many people fair warning that I was doing this tonight at the time, so we've pretty much got just me rambling on until anyone decides to catch on. But that said, I want to talk about car starter motors. Pain in the ass. Absolute pain in the ass. I wasn't sure if it was my starter, so I went through the whole procedure. And the whole procedure is just a real big, long pain in the ass. Like, absolutely. What was I going to go on about? Well, yeah. It turns out it was the starter, but, you try to hope for the best and pretend it's not going to be that. And I changed the battery. I changed my leads. I washed all the connections and made sure everything was shiny and new. And every once in a while, I'd get circle jerked and teased. And yes, they would go and start my car for me. The sarcasm gnomes. Yeah, that's what they did. They would start the car. I was like, yeehaw, got it running. I'd send out text messages and phone calls and faxes and emails and, oh yeah, you name it. Yeah, my car's running again. And then the cocksucker would just stop moving. Well, not moving. It would just not run again when I stopped the engine. So, yeah, I'll be back to the drawing board. At least I got it home, though. It was broken down in a grocery store parking lot for a couple of days. And then finally got it to turn over and got it home. Which, made me even more hopeful that it wasn't a starter. I mean, because the friggin' thing worked. So anyway, that said, I get it home and the same crap, you get hope, you get hope and hope kills you. It's the mind killer. Yes, it is. Yeah, it gets you prepared for a better day, and then that day won't be coming because you ain't going nowhere that day unless you're going to take public transit. I don't even know the first thing about where the bus stops are in Edmonton. I'm new here, but I'm also a bit lazy. I don't even like to walk. I don't like to carry anything, especially my own lazy ass.
An idiot is attempting to reach you on your cellular device.
The idiots are calling.
Is attempting to reach you on your cellular device.
Who could it be? I'm going to put out a couple of Twitter feeds out there. People can look me up if they want to jump on the show. If you guys want to jump on Skype and find me, I'm quite easy to find. I'm Robert1974 hyphen, not dash. I don't like to say dash or whatever. It's Robert1974 -1. Yeah. Anyway, I'm on Skype. You guys want to join me here? Yeah, we're going to just go on about whatever. Who knows, pretty lame for a first show. But I mean, this is really kind of a test run of all of the features. And I'm also recording this for future reference. And I want to see how that all works because we have several reconfigured audio ports internally, like virtual ports and stuff that are kind of rerouted. So we've got monitors for Skype so we can talk while music's playing in the background and being broadcast and all kinds of good juicy stuff and all kinds of virtual ports and other programs that we can bring into this thing later. But one thing at a time. This is just 3 programs and I already fucked that one up. So that said, I'm going to bring us to one of my favorite tracks, actually. I'm even considering making this our title track for the show, but I don't know. We'll see. Anyhow, this is Wake the Fuck Up, G Malicious. Told you it was a small collection.
Brainwashing has begun, bear witness to your demise of a well-thought out system.
Wake the fuck up, we raise the stakes up, blaze the snakes cut, y'all can't change our ways what, we blaze the truth up, not paid for this but hip-hop run through our veins so we say what y'all want. Wake the fuck up, we raise the stakes up, blaze the snakes cut, y'all can't change our ways what, we blaze the truth up, not paid for this but hip-hop run through our veins so we say what y'all want.
But then immortals form a poisonous secular order storms in like sorcerous swordsmen, caught in the fist of a fascist empire. I blast back with me under fire, burning at 451 degrees Fahrenheit like literature fires. Get your minds deprogrammed from the whole scam. Motherfucker ain't my Uncle Sam, man. Old Sam's a sham, slamming protesters' faces in the concrete. My whole mob's deep like Prodigy, wreaking havoc on you cop beasts. Watch these Molotovs leak, South Phone, napalm on martial law streets. You'll step off and it's all peace. But if not, I'm rapping demonic politicians in sheets. Even a patriot act can't abolish my speech is freedom. I see demons in your eyes. Every time you read your speeches leaking with lies. Usurpers, thieves in the night. You see I read the things you tried to hide. Indignant finding truth between the lines. Genesis to discordia, bringing a mic into the political arena. Even the corporate old mass media couldn't hide all the people FEMA let die during Katrina. A perfect opportunity for development of new regulations, giving Blackwater paramilitary a new station. In the event of another emergency in our nation, they started raping the Constitution. And the sad part is, nobody cares enough to do shit. You fucking sheeple are useless. Genesis is Discordia, life scientist, son of Saturn, Cyclone, G malicious, murder bloody on the beat.
What's new? Just a different angle to the huge hustle. Down spiral has begun while the government is pimping you. President's skin color never really mattered. People dying on the streets while their pockets getting fatter. And you know they're getting paid while they're steadily destroying overpopulated land never meant for your territory. Ignoring all the rape and murder in the history. And the elders tell the story while you think it's all a mystery. Y'all might be blinded, but it's clear to me I'm seeing it. They're trying to put an end to the international power struggle, orchestrated within a secret political hustle. Anybody refusing to cooperate is getting muscle. They make you think they're doing the right thing, so you trust them. Ain't important to them, acknowledge you as a person unless you're speaking against them. Brainwashing has begun, bear witness to your demise of a well-thought-out system. Wake the fuck up, we raise the stakes up, blaze the snakes cut. Y'all can't change our ways, what? We blaze the truth up, not paid for this, but hip-hop run through our veins, so we say what y'all want. Wake the fuck up, we raise the stakes up, blaze the snakes cut. Y'all can't change our ways, what? We blaze the truth up, not paid for this, but hip-hop run through our veins, so we say what y'all want. Fuck the new world orders, building the foundation of lies. Open your eyes, my third eye shine bright like the sun. They got me on the run, a fugitive because I refuse to accept they slithering ways like the rest you shivering lanes. My brain waves intercepted and decoded the message. When I transformed into perceptor, the scientists make knowledge more regardless of the doubt and skeptics. Believe what you want, motherfuckers, it's your death wish. But I'ma keep swinging on devils till I'm breathless. Countless nights of being restless, plotting my next move. I stay recluse, growing anger every time I see Obama on the tube. The Cobra Commander-in-Chief, they changed the skin color from the last one that gave more belief. Y'all went from the burning bush filled with lies to a nigga under the sea with a PhD. Prepping humans for destruction through mind abduction. I'm like the baking soda arm with a hammer so they can't touch this. Innocence of discordia rain on their parade like prop justice with some sort of substance. Not recognized by many as carved the truth. But y'all walking cadavers would never know if it hit you in the face. Panphobic motherfuckers taking everything on face value. When to them your life has no value. Going through life like cattle. Mark of the beast, branch your barcode, scan your hand for food. Document your every move, jackhanded human animal planet. I'm on some Hannibal B.A. Baracus 18 plotting to destroy them bastards. Wake the fuck up, we raise the stakes up, blaze the snakes cut. Y'all can't change our ways, what? We blaze the truth up, not paid for this, but hip-hop run through our veins, so we say what y'all want. Wake the fuck up, we raise the stakes up, blaze the snakes cut. Y'all can't change our ways, what? We blaze the truth up, not paid for this, but hip-hop run through our veins, so we say what y'all want.
If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. The moral to be drawn from this dangerous nightmare situation is a simple one. Don't let it happen.
Yeah, another good track by G. Yeah, anyway, moving forward here, I'm just gonna keep playing shit. Anyhow, what do we got here? We got some old intros from the Save the Silly Humans podcast, and since this is S.T.S.H, why not play a couple of these?
Previously on Save the Silly Humans.
Yeah, sorry, man. I don't want to come in here sounding like, like I'm like a downer about this shit, but this is the reality of it. I mean, everything about everything that's going on, hoax busting, everything else too, it still goes back to the narrative of what are they really going after? They're going after your rights. They're going after your freedoms. We know it's a hoax, but you can't let them say, well, what about all these things that happen here and there, like all these kids? It's like, but you know what, though? Look at the statistics and what do people really want? People want their rights and freedoms.
To the fact that we have been controlled for thousands of years, that you murder and lie and control us with fear, and you feed off of that fear to hide your form from your sinister side where the ultimate form, we are waking up. To the common purpose you cleverly speak, through a slant in the neuro-linguistic technique, to the unsocial services stealing our kids, in courts with locked doors where you're taking the bids, we are waking up. To the military slugs that fly in our sky, leaving their trail of poison behind. Attacking our immune system and crippling our minds, aluminum and barium chemtrail skies. We are waking up. To the fact that you're fighting illegal wars and weapons of destruction were not there at all. The dictionary labels the term genocide, and a murdered weapons inspector you labeled suicide. We are waking up. The Satanist families running our planet. Those interbreeding bloodlines are beginning to panic. The veil has been lifted, revealing the men who are more scared of us than we are of them. We are waking up. To the engineered viruses and death vaccinations, and the queen who controls uranium depletion, the Georgia Stones and depopulation, the 2012 fake alien invasion. We are waking up. Your Middle East takeover plans are well known, and towers can never collapse on their own. You misjudged it greatly, and the truth movement grows. Time is running out. Soon the whole world will know. We are waking up. The chemical cocktails in food and in drinks, genetically modified, unable to think. Aspartame for children, a diet so poor. ADHD and the Ritalin cure. We are waking up. So pray to your serpents and worship the moon. The fake hollow sphere will find you out soon. Your days, they are numbered. You're losing control. We've got the power of 6 billion souls. And we are waking up.
Everything's gonna be okay, guys. Bob Marley said it.
Yeah, well, exactly.
You know what? I hate this. I hate to play devil's advocate. I always do this to you guys. I always do this. But you know what? I know I'm going to be okay. I don't know about the rest of y'all.
Oh yeah, Robert. I mean,
really, I don't. I mean, yeah. Well, I tell you, from the days of the Rodney King riots up to now, I think the citizens of planet Earth have learned some lessons, and I've seen more and more peaceful protests. The only way that they can get a response is by agents provocateurs. I do see an improvement in the general attitude of people, and I think that's kind of irritating for the powers that be.
Definitely.
Right. They want destabilization. They want those things.
That's how they want to do to show you these people are the crazy people. This is why we can't have this,
Exactly. They want to make all the people that are unaware of really what's going on, and they see it on the news and I'm like, well, I don't want to be a part of that because all those people are insane to, be doing that in the first place. Is maybe our government really is trying to protect us from these people, It's getting so twisted around.
And now,
Mental Historics by Robert J. Morris. As time eats itself in discrete waves of indifference brought on by time's own craze and pangs of hunger to pass us through, eternal digestion of present day food, to say at the least well, at best it's a bargain, to look at tomorrow through a high-set margin. All I have to do is trade it today, call it a night, and wake up just the same. with a loophole to find text, the words that we missed. Tell us of a hidden danger lurking amidst us as we trade in our days for tomorrows and such. Our cells break down eventually into mulch. Our skin wrinkles up, dries up like parchment. Nothing anymore seems to work like it did. These are the things that time takes from us in return for giving us something fresh to discuss. Time takes friends and family alike. Time took my dog. Time took my first bike. Time took everything that meant something to me. Time took my mother. One day it will take me. So I try to savor every minute I have left, to try to take back what time might take next. Even though futile, I keep the intention. I keep my eyes open to maximize retention, so that when I die, what time gave to me, I may keep alive in mental history.
Well, Dora. 'Twas then that we parted in yon shady glen, on the steep, steep sides of Ben Lomond, where in purple hue the highland hills we view, and the sun coming out in the gloaming. Oh, you take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland up for ye. For me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Oh, the wee birdies sing and the wildflowers spring, and in sunshine the waters are sleeping. But their broken hearted can a second spring again, though the waeful may cease frae their greeting. Oh, ye'll take the high road and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. For me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond.
Yeah, that was a little dubstep there from YouTube that I kind of pulled out. Kind of like it. I used it in that Mental Historics one. I used a program called Mix with 3 X's to mix this piano track, that one together, and that's what you heard in that other piece, that spoken word bit there. But anyway, this is Why, and it's by someone named Shannon. That's all I got. Yeah. Sobering song, isn't it? I'll drink to that. Anyway, yeah, as we go, I thought I'd do a little bit of a run there trying to gather up some people, but everyone's shitting the bed today. Yeah, whatever. I'm just kidding. Anyway, guys, happy Sunday evening. Back in the day, there would have been time for a little rapid fire free for all, I guess, eh? But That's just not the case, apparently, today. You know what I'm saying? Well, not happening. Well, and with the death of Rapid Fire, soon came after, was the sudden stopping. I wouldn't call it death. The sudden stopping of the S.T.S.H. Community podcast. It kind of got a little bit unfun. A lot of people are pissed about that. But we'll be making a comeback soon because we'll be doing these shows. They will be a little bit more or less organized, I guess you could say. In the long run, what we're going to be shooting for is a constant broadcast here on S.T.S.H. Radio Online. And eventually it's going to be a dedicated system, completely automated, commercials, shows, hopefully a nice collection of like music from all of you from all over the world, hopefully, because that's the kind of thing that we want to promote and support. And this is open source radio, guys. So everybody that cares to listen can have some input. I mean, this is up to you guys. In the lack of any action on your part, then we're going to have to fill in the blanks ourselves, and you might not like what we have to do. But anyway, I don't know, whatever that might be. We can only think so far ahead. Anyhow, moving forward, I do have something I'd like to read to you. It's, I'm working on a bunch of bumpers, commercials, little PSAs, what have you. Anyway, I'd like to say, the creators of S.T.S.H. Radio Online, we're looking for independent musicians and artists who would like to have some public exposure and in the process, help us build our repertoire of indie music for our playlist. Help us help you, and we will grow together in a truly open source way. We aim to not be genre specific and encourage artists of all categories to take part. We are also looking for other talented creatives who may have show ideas and would like to host their own shows. We'll show you how to host your own show remotely, and we will relay that show, pre-recorded or live, in our schedule on caster.fm. Help us. Help S.T.S.H. realize the potential of open source radio. It can only grow from here, guys. And, that's that. Furthermore to that, by the way, just so you're aware, I mentioned it earlier, we would be, putting up bios, about the artists themselves on our companion website, which is, savehumanity.epgn.net. It's slowly coming into fruition. A few more bits and pieces have to be done. Some design stuff has to be done. There has to be there's some other security issues and stuff, what have you. But, so far we're liking the direction it's going. It's kind of being, we're aiming at, kind of a semi-YouTube-ish kind of, thing. But the cool thing is that you can share all of your stuff there already. Like anything you've done on YouTube or SoundCloud or, I don't know, all of those friggin' things. There's more than I can remember the names of, so I don't even use half of them. But anyway, yeah, you can share like about 4 or 5 different sites worth of, let me see here. I think I'll pull up the documentation for this thing. Why not? Got nothing better to do, right? That, or just drink and get pissed, whatever. I'm not working tomorrow, so I got all night to do whatever. So anyway, if you care to join me, remember, I'm Robert1974-1, and that's on Skype. Just link me up there, and we'll set up a room and bring you onto the show. We can talk about just about whatever. This is an introduction, guys, and like I said, again, this is a test of the system itself and getting used to it as well. I mean, there's lots of buttons everywhere. I wish I could screen share it like we do on the YouTube or whatever on the Hangouts, but can't do it. Oh, wow. All right, what we got here? What the hell was that script called? Where's Garbage Media when you need him? He remembers stuff. He remembers vague stuff. I can't remember names of nothing. I have nothing at all. Premium something script. Oh, look at that. My bloody browser remembered it for me. Yeah, premium media script. That's what they called it. All right. Multi-purpose PHP media script that is packed with many awesome features. It has been built from scratch with loading. Built from scratch with features and performance in mind. With this awesome script, you're able to build your virtual or your viral media site in under 5 minutes. Yeah, if you want it to look like a pile of horse shit, sure, yeah, 5 minutes is about all it takes. But yeah, you want to do a little bit of prep work, get your logos ready, get your graphics, get your color theme, learn CSS, do your CSS modifications, and I highly recommend using Firebug in Chrome to figure out your CSS edits. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's another topic for another day, another show, when we start talking about CSS. Anyway, the point is that what can you pull into this bloody thing? Holy Christ, where is it? Here we go. Okay, features: upload media, import from popular sites or mass import from YouTube easily, import from Break, College Humor, Daily Motion, Funny or Die, Metacafe, SoundCloud, Vimeo, Vine, and YouTube. Subscribe to users, like, dislike videos, add to favorites, share them, or report them. Yay. Manage videos, create categories, pages. So basically, it's a big freaking YouTube clone, but that's what we're doing on that site. And we're going to have some special areas where people can set up their band profiles or artist profiles or whatever the shit they are. And by the way, when you're uploading videos and stuff, you can actually have your own profiles there as well. Like anybody can do it. You don't just have to be a provisionist for our S.T.S.H radio online channel here. But anyhow, yes, we want to try and support these people once we broadcast their music on a semi-regular basis, or their spoken word, or whatever it is. I mean, we got lots of different ideas for shows. Here's somebody's communicating with me here. No. I don't know. I think that was a false positive. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was definitely a message. Wow, it's so boring in here. It's just me. You guys must be losing your freaking minds. What the shit? What the hell? Oh. That's what I'm looking for. Hey, it's Thornton. Gee, Thornton. Oh, I missed a call from him because I'm not getting that audio in. Here, let's see what he's saying. Is it not working? Here, we'll play something while we wait.
Wake up. Nobody died, nobody got hurt. Nobody died, nobody got hurt. Nobody died, nobody got hurt. What? Nobody died, nobody died, nobody Sandy Hook. Slow the flow of info so shit ain't never mistook. We need to walk the ride of truth. Some are forever unfortunate, never to look. It's not my problem. Robbie Parker, got my brain spark, Lenny Posner. Versus a bunch of my partners, they looking confident. It's all good, I got them. Yeah, we spot the imposters. Now drops me free radio revolutionaries, 10 levels on top of them. Level in malevolence never benefits unless it's settlers like the Kennedys. And LBJ's the end of it. You better get ready for this shit. Your cocksuckers fucking with the wrong one. Spawn cause I'm on one. All you can do is pause to me. Fuck out of here, son. Yeah, you silly bitches. Check it. Bark twice. Dog mice. Short price is short twice. And bark twice. Dog flies and non sights is dog sights. Yo, check it one more time. Bark twice. Dog mice. Short price is short twice. It's dog bites. Dog flies and non sights. It's small dice. Your life's alive.
Okay.
Hey, everybody. I'd like to introduce Jay Thornton. Say hey, buddy.
What's up, man? What's up, guys?
Yes. My first guest. Yes.
It's an honor, Robert.
Yeah, man. Well, you know, like I said, we're just kind of fumbling around, figuring shit out. This is brand new. And well, for now, anyway, we don't have much to work with as far as content goes. And I'm just getting to know the software. So this is really more or less a training exercise for me, and probably an excruciating moment for all of you listeners out there. But just bear with us. It's going to get better as we go. How's your day there, Mr. Thornton?
Doing good. I've been lazy all day. I was off work and just been kind of laying around, made a couple of videos and eating and laying on the couch.
Yeah, that'll happen. I got a new job. I got a job that was supposed to start tomorrow morning, but because of my stupid ass car, my starter motor went. But it took me 2 days to finally troubleshoot it down to the starter because, of course, you know, I went with the best case scenario. Hope it's the battery. Well, wasn't the battery, and it turns out that whacking the starter with the hammer makes it work better, so it must be the starter.
Yeah, if you're having to bump the starter, it's time to change it.
Yeah, so I got to go hit a pick and pull tomorrow and do that first thing. Go pull one out of an old, you know. Good thing about my car is that I can go after a '94 Ranger. I can go Explorer, a Ranger, Bronco. They all have the same 4-liter engine, if I'm not mistaken. So
that's right.
So
that is one good thing.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, I got one in 3 chance of getting at least, you know, a starter out of one of those three different models. So, but yeah. So I guess I'm able to start on Tuesday. I just better sort out my my issues there tomorrow, or else I'm kind of screwed.
Well, congrats on a new job, anyway.
Yeah, thanks. I got to prove myself to them. I'm not exactly a framer, but I'm pretty quick on my feet, so I'm a quick study when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I've done some framing.
I never was a good carpenter. Demoing is fine, but putting it back together, I didn't do it the prettiest.
I just hope we're using nailers, because I you know, even lightning hits the same place twice. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I'm just, you know, I'm teasing, but yeah. I swing like a girl. No. But, yeah, no, it's cool. It's, just outside of town. It's just like 15 minutes. Actually, probably a 20-minute drive from where I am, so it's not going to be too bad on gas. I drive about that every day anyway, to and from whatever job site we're at with the other job. But, yeah, that said, though, moving to the new place, the end of the week. And
I heard you mention that. Are you going to be close to the territory you're at now?
Oh yeah, I'm not going to be too far away. I'm about a 12-minute drive, 10-minute drive from where I'm living right this moment. It's a pretty big spread out city, Edmonton. Like, you know, this city boggles the mind, because it's like the energy capital of the country. It's where all the oil is in Edmonton, is in Alberta, right? So if that's the case, shouldn't there be, like, logic would dictate, there would be a lot more asphalt, right?
Right.
Well, then why are there so many fucking potholes? Like, there's so many goddamn streets here in Edmonton, and all it is potholes. Like, seriously, everyone thinks that all the drivers here are drunk. No, they're avoiding potholes. For real. You know, I blew out a tire in the winter. Yeah.
They say Louisiana roads are bad.
It's horrible. And also too, like they spend all their budget on signs. They got more signs than they know what to do with here. They got signs that are tipped over. I don't even know what they say because like, oh, we're not using this one. So they tip it over so you don't even get to see what it is. But they got signs everywhere for everything. They got signs telling you there's signs ahead. Like, it's retarded. But
that's more of that government ran. We're smarter than you are, and piss off your money.
Yeah, they're good at that. They're good at that. I mean, I'm good at that. I can spend my own money. I don't need their friggin' help. You know. But so what kind of shows would you like to see on here, there, Mr. Thornton?
Man, I think the horizon is huge for the music guys, because there's so many talented people from yourself and Rhinoceros and B Smiley's got some good tracks, and there's a lot of people that's got good tracks. There are actually good tracks. They're not commercialized in your ear every 7 minutes.
Exactly that. And I I only want to accept things from independents. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier, but like if you're on a label, I'm sorry to say, congratulations on the label, but we being open source, we don't want to have to owe your label money for playing your music. So there's going to be copyright issues if you grant us the exclusivity until you get onto a label, whatever the case may be. Like, because it is open source, it's up to change at any time. Like, and you call the shots with your material. That's how we gauge it here. But I tell you, we would like to support you guys, like worldwide. Send me your stuff. We like to hear stuff from all over the place. We don't want to be genre specific. We don't want to be location specific, or even language specific. Nothing like that. But yeah, like I was saying, we'll set up bios for you, your band, your group, your whatever. And look, we're going to be getting into like, things like t-shirts and some kind of products. And hey, if someone out there goes and buys a t-shirt with your band name or your logo or your artist name or your host name, whatever, guess what? We send you a cut of that, So, I mean, we want to support you in different ways. It's a way for for my business, which is Echelon Publishers Group. I want to go into publishing. This is one way to do it, and to do it responsibly and have a good cause, And this is what this is all about. And it just seems to kind of be a good synergy between the two concepts. And, like I said, you guys will be calling the shots as we go. So,
right on, man. I think you got a good vibe going, Rob, to get away from the Google Plus BS and Google Scroogles and all that. Put a solid foundation, bring a lot of good people in, get back to the grassroots of everybody sharing and caring, if you will.
Exactly.
And don't get freaking greedy and, hey, you played my song, I want $2. Oh, bull crap,
Yeah. Oh, and that brings me to another thing as well. Since we're here, we're talking about it this way. Like any breaking news. I mean, we know people like, between Thornton and myself, we know people all over the planet now. And like, if there's any breaking news in your hometown, in your country, in your continent that that might possibly be unaware of, like, send it to us. We will put together a report and we will report on these things. Of course, they do have to be verifiable to some extent, unless you've witnessed it and you've taken the video yourself or audio. By all means, even audio shots and things like that, we will broadcast them. And video stuff we'll rebroadcast on the website. We're going to have a companion for Save the Silly Humans Radio online. It will be on the savehumanity.epgn.net website until I can afford another domain name registration and move it to its own separate host. But that'll be that's all in the future. There will be, like I said, a dedicated machine just dedicated to this alone. And if we have to repeat shows and automate the music, sure, until we fill it up. But anyhow, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm with you. If you got to re-air some stuff to kill time, man, keep it pumping.
Well, and that's just it. I mean, I'm sure I could kill at least a third of the day with one of my old podcasts.
Oh, yeah.
Just replay 3 of those and the day's
Guaranteed.
gone. Actually, I could play them all in a row sequentially, and there goes the week.
Yeah. And that's commercial free, too. Just think if you would throw commercials in there with it.
Oh, Scroogle and all.
Yeah, about every 15 minutes, throw a commercial in.
Well, you know, and that's another thing too, guys. I will be working on a series of bumpers. I'll be working on commercials. If any of you guys have ideas for shows, and you want to be a show host, like I said, get in touch with me. Get in touch with any of us. Just let somebody freaking know, because we want your ideas. We want you to come and be a part of this, you know, and make this happen with us. What we're aiming for is a really large cross section of different creative types. You know, I mean, you know, there's 24 hours to a day, there's 7 days to a week. That's, I don't have a calculator in my hand, but that's a lot of shows. And you know, we sprinkle in you know, 2 or 3 hours of music in between two or three shows. Your shows will need commercials. We'll make the commercials for you. You make them yourself, whichever. And, you know, you can broadcast from your location, and we'll just basically relay that stream to caster.fm, which I think I'm going to stick with for the time being, because they seem to be one of the more reasonably priced streaming services out there. So I'm going to be always keeping my ear to the ground. I mean, if the day ever happens where we're viable enough where we can afford our own streaming service, then great. But that's not in the focus, because that means then we're going to need an extremely large budget, and extremely large budgets mean extremely large sponsors, and large sponsors mean they want to screw over and take control. And that ain't happening here, buds. That is not
right
happening.
back to where we are today.
That's right. Exactly right.
Or yesterday.
I will be, you know, picking some brains. You know, there's some people out there I want to talk to, about how they go about certain things. Like, you know, Jeffrey Sisk out there of Zeekly. I'd like to send a shout out to Jeffrey Sisk at Zeekly TV. You're the man. Actually, you're part of the reason, man, that I'm doing this. This is, you're kind of, you've inspired me to to take this by the, you know, by the horns and take the lead on this. So we'll see where it goes from this point. But, yeah, man, we should get Jeffrey Sisk on the show.
Yeah, I had a chance to sit on a panel with Jeff here a month or so back. Really nice guy.
He is super cool. He's
super cool. And, I guess he'll send out like a blitz email or a newsletter or whatnot. And I wrote him back, and literally within 30 minutes, he's wrote me back, you know, and it's not your typical, you could tell it's not some guy sitting behind a desk. You're talking to Jeff.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Just by the way he talks.
Yep, exactly. And you know, he's well mannered, and he's a nice guy, but doesn't mean he doesn't have an edge to him. Cause you know, I like he's got a good dry wit. He's a fun guy. He's a really good character. And, yeah, I'd just like to say, you know, kudos to that dude. But, yeah, this is kind of weird. This is weird doing it this way.
It is. It's a little different, but I'd be more than happy to try to do something on prepping, or, I'm totally open to whatever you need me for, brother. You know me, I don't mind helping.
Well, hey, if you have an idea for a show, I mean, like we could set that up, and, yeah, in the time being, like, I won't be running 24/7. Like, it'll be running kind of on a schedule. We'll be connecting when we need to connect. But those of you who are going to be doing shows, nothing would change. You're going to do exactly the same thing, but instead of broadcasting to my listen port, you're just going to broadcast straight to caster.fm. And then, you know, at the time allotted, and you do your show. And we can set all of this up in advance. So you guys, like I said, if you have ideas, you want to be a host, you want to do this, then hey, we want you to do this.
I think it's a great idea. And then, bravo and a hats off to you for getting this thing up to the point where we're at right now.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that. It came out of like, I don't know, there's probably two parts, two different parts. One part is, my failed radio career that ended before I even got out of college because I dropped out. And then that was like in 1994. And then the other bit, that's more sarcasm. I'm just joking around. I got out because I didn't want to be part of the corporate entity. That was when, that's when all the corporations were taking everybody over.
Yeah, it's never too late to get that radio gig going.
Well, now we're doing it ourselves, apparently. So,
yeah.
Hey, there's Manga. Hey, Manga. Manga just commented on the broadcast. Cool. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I kind of drifted there. Part 2 of the whole thing is, I personally believe, like, I've heard 2 or 3 people just in the last couple of days refer to Google Plus and the Hangouts platform as a funnel. And I personally believe it's like a cage. So it's like a funnely cage, and we've outgrown it. I mean, only so much you can do with it. And for something that brings us together, that's a good thing, because now that we are together and kind of a unit, now it's time to step off this platform. And not completely. We still use it, but we got to spread out to as many platforms as possible and start taking back what's ours. And that's strictly that's journalism and broadcasting. We got to take it back, because the ones out there that are doing it for us, they're a bunch of animals.
Exactly right. The ones we've put, and even going back a couple of generations, or going back to when news come out, we always took their word for it for all those years.
Yeah, exactly.
What was going on. And now, since the mid-90s, we've had a chance to actually research what they've told us instead of looking into an encyclopedia, which was written by somebody else.
Well, yeah. And, looking back now, I wonder how much of it has been fake. And I'm talking, when I'm saying go back, I'm saying go back 2,000 years, like how much of it is fake, how much of it has been rewritten, how much of it has been, pushed towards bias. And I'm willing to bet that most of it.
I mean, there's a lot of BS in there.
Well, I mean, look at the whole, Christopher Columbus bullshit line. And then, it just goes on and on and on. I don't, it's kind of beyond the scope of tonight's show, but yeah, I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Like, one lie begets another kind of deal.
So do you think the elites or powers that be thought back in the early 90s, before we ever got on the World Wide Web, did you ever think all the research and backtracking through history, did you think that it would backfire on them the way it has?
We don't know that it has, okay, for one. Like, we might be thinking it has, but I'll tell you, like, you got to remember here, I'm going to pull up some official statistics here, because I don't want to start quoting bullshit. Oh, what did I do to you here? Held remotely? What does it say you're held remotely?
Am I still here?
Oh, yeah, you're there. Yeah. Hang on,
My mistake. My phone rang.
Oh, that'll do it. But while I look this up, I just want to thank everybody out there that's listening to S.T.S.H. Radio Online. We will be your open source solution to bullshit radio. That will be a commercial. Anyway, what is it here? Okay, ARPANET was the network that became the basis for the internet. Based on a concept first published in 1967, ARPANET was developed under the direction of the U.S. Advanced Research Project Agency, ARPA. Moving along from there, what was it? Went into labor August 30th, 1969, when BBN delivered the first interface message processor. So the internet itself, technically speaking, like the basis and the groundwork was laid down in the late 60s and 70s. So in the 90s, they were already controlling what would become what we have now. And they've been dialing it back the entire time. Things like bandwidth issues weren't an issue for them. They were looking at the internet in real time in the 90s when we were like fucking dialing into AOL Online. Okay. And like, or America Online, sorry, AOL. That's right. Yeah. So, I mean, like these, you know, like these ideas that we have in our head that, like, do you think they saw it that would backfire? I think what they didn't account for was our creativity with these platforms, and, you know, kind of like, some nasty ass, wasps or, you know, or gnats that, you know, just, you know, won't get out of your hair. You know, that's kind of how we are. We might be more annoying than we are a threat, but I mean, then again, you know, we might be a threat as well, because that's why they're passing all these bills. Because now it's all tied up in legislation. Maybe we pushed it forward on them and they didn't see that one coming. I don't know. There's so many different ways that you could approach it. I do have to say though that we are keeping people on their toes.
I agree. Totally agree.
And oh, hang on. Influence freedom. Oh, okay, she just responded to my last message there. She'll probably come and join us shortly.
So how many people can you get on here at once, Rob? Do you know?
Well, yeah. If you're using video right now, technically you're a video chat. So now this panel could have a limit of 10, just like Google has, like Google Hangouts rather. But if it's just audio only, if we just have an audio conversation and no cameras involved, we can have up to 25.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So next time I call in on this, I need to do without the video?
I believe so. I'm not a Skype expert by any means. I'm only cutting my teeth on it since, actually the whole reason, to be honest with you, that I installed Skype in the first place, the only reason I installed it was to get onto Zeekly TV's, radio show.
Okay.
Yeah. That was the only reason at all. And, I've kind of come to like it for certain things, like certain aspects, like what we're doing right here. The reason why Skype is a good solution, I'm going to be doing a video on this. I covered it in the podcast a couple of days back there. And basically the the audio utility that I use, it's called Jack Audio Connection Kit. So it's like Jack, the acronym. Jack the Yak. Anyway, Jack is a program that allows you to create virtual channels or virtual ports for your different softwares. Now, some software is Jack aware, meaning that if Jack is running, it'll communicate with Jack. Jack will say, oh, hey, there you are. You see me, I see you. I'm going to set up a virtual channel or virtual port for your audio, and now the user, you or I, can route that audio to anywhere else. And it's just like kind of visualize it like a stereo system. You know, you got your inputs, you got your outputs, and yeah, the outs go into the ins. You can create a virtual bus. So it's like a patch bay, and then boom, put all your ins, and then you can have a single out kind of deal, you know. It's amazing. And it comes in really handy when you're dealing with real time, like DSP and processing effects. Like if, I don't have it set up right now, but I could go and put in like an effects processor, throw that on a bus, have it loop back through. And, you know, if I want to go echo, just crank the echo. If I want to, you know, download and install new effects and shit, then I can do that. If I want to get a Chrome soundboard, like if I want to get, you know, the Arnold Schwarzenegger soundboard, and, you know, I just, you know, fire up Chrome. Chrome is, also, Jack aware, as far as I know. It's Pulse Audio aware, and Pulse Audio is Jack aware using what's called, it's a Pulse Audio Jack bridge. Now, this is all under Linux. Windows has its equivalents. And right out of the box, actually, I think Macintosh already utilizes separate audio channels for each piece of software that's running for the most part. So, it's a lot easier on a Mac than it is on a PC, just because the way it's basically a proprietary form of BSD, which is basically a proprietary form of Linux for the most part. But anyway, enough about that. We can get into the technical details when I do the video, which I was going to shoot today. I was screen capturing my setup procedure when I was setting up for this show. And yeah, I went and fucked it all up sideways. It was funny. I was like, screw this. It's going to be a stupid video. Don't want to do a video where I'm screwing it up. Sitting there scratching.
Yeah, I seen the post, and I just clicked on and seen where there was a little chat, and it was playing music. And I heard you. I was like, well, damn, I guess it is live.
Yeah, totally live. Anyway, you know what? Hang on a second here. Ding a ding 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 ding. I'm gonna play a few bits here, and jump over to the interwebs and see who's alive and who's not alive.
Can you tell how many people's listening from your end, or
I can actually. I just I guess gotta jump over to the Caster FM page here. Oh, cool. Thanks, guys, for all those listening and just recently joined Save the Silly Humans community. It's called Save the Silly Humans with love and intellect. That's it. Love and something. But yeah, no, thanks a lot for coming in. I kind of dropped the ball a little bit there for a few weeks, months. Didn't send out any invites, and it was like sitting at like 167. I kind of was in like an anti-troll zone mode kind of deal for a little while there, so forgive me. I'm better now. Let's see, what do we got here? Does it tell me how many listeners I got? Okay, I got to do a refresh, don't I? Well, I've been broadcasting for almost an hour and a half now.
Okay.
That's cool. No, it doesn't tell me shit there, does it? Oh, it says I have one listener. Thanks, buddy. That's probably me because I got it on my phone right now. Thanks, buddy. It's all right. I am recording this. I will be recording every single radio show, and they will get uploaded to YouTube as well as savehumanity.epgn.net for later retrieval. Until I buy their Premiere package, they don't allow recording within caster.fm unless they get 100 votes. Get 100 of you assholes come out and vote for me, then we can record them natively in caster.fm. I didn't mean to call you guys assholes. I'm sorry. That's not right. Anyhow, but yeah, 100 votes apparently would grant me. So I guess they're kind of like, that's a way to prove traffic, I guess. I mean, they got some ads. It's not too heavy though. I think my logos are bigger than their ads. So if that says something. And it allows
I know when I jumped on the website, there was a place to vote, and I voted. And whenever I voted, it said 2 votes. So 98 more, my friend.
Oh, I got 2 listeners now. Someone just jumped on.
I'm going to do a little experimenting from my end, if you don't mind, Rob. I'm going to see if I can I'm going to stay on, but I'm going to hop out of this app on my phone, and I'm going to see if I can do a little sharing while we're sitting here.
You can try that out. It'll probably jump you out of Skype, though. But I'm going to put on a series of YouTube theme music here just for now, and then do some communicating and jump back in. So anyone listening, just stand by. I'll be I'm gonna put on some crazy theme music. It's gonna be kind of funny.
If Skype boots me, I will be getting back in contact with you.
All right, cool. Sounds good.
Right. Let me try.
Roger Dodger.
So far, so good.
Yeah, I see you and I hear you.
Oh, let me see if I can mute.
Yeah, if we start hearing a slapping in the background there, I'm gonna mute you myself. I will be none of that in here. Not this kind of party.
Well, I'll try to keep the noise down as well.
Where the hell is this damn thing here? Just trying to find. I have the worst organizational structure for my own folders. Every time I talk to people about, doing like any kind of multimedia work at all, it's like, always organize your folders. I don't practice what I preach. I'm a bit of an asshole that way. But all right, I'm just gonna load up the playlist here, and I'm just giggling because I like redheads, and I didn't even listen to this piece. It was on YouTube under the theme music category, and it was called Redhead from Mars. I didn't even listen to it. I just downloaded it. It was like, okay, it's gotta be good. And I'm just going to say play all. All right, everybody. We're going to be switching over to the monitor and enjoy this theme music for the next little while. I'll be back shortly, guys. Thank you for listening. to let you guys know I haven't forgot about you. Just looking at some connections here and seeing if I can get some more music. And we'll be back with you. S.T.S.H. Radio Online will continue. welcome back, everybody. Like everyone on the panel here to say hello. We got a new guest here tonight. Would you like to say hi? There we go. Sorry about that. Is everybody here? No, I hung up on them. I'm so smart. Let's just call those people. I just hung up on everybody. That fixed the problem.
Yeah, see how Infinity has a little phone over his thing and it says call failed?
Yeah. Where
Busy.
Oh. Well, see, that wasn't coming up
You
before.
hit the big red button, man. You hung up on us all.
I just dealt with all of you swiftly.
Yeah, instead there's a little phone by each of us.
Oh, I see.
There you go. Okay.
Well, I don't know who else do I end the call. It's just, who's all here with us?
Just Jay Thornton and me.
All right. So, Janelle, we'll...
And be in them in the background in the Google Hangouts.
That's funny. See, we're scroogling them back.
And somebody blowing their nose.
That's awesome. Simulcom. How you doing?
Yo, man, let's go, bro.
Yeah. Welcome to the S.T.H.
So I can turn these guys up just a little bit, and then you guys can hear each other even better.
S.T.H. Radio Online.
Oh, shit, man.
S.T.S.H. in the house. Yeah, this is our first show. And we have Google Plus on the air tonight. Say hi, Google Plus.
Hi, Google Plus.
Yo, Googs.
Yo.
The other white meat.
The other white meat. That's right.
Say hi, B. Hi, B.
Hello.
Looks like I got some loud ass shit going on here.
Hello. G'day.
G'day, mate. Here, I'll turn them
if I can
down a little bit.
Edit your volume. Can you turn your own mic volume down a touch? Because you're peaking it in the red zone there, baby.
Oh, hold on. Let me go to my options. Yeah, it is. It's fucking up there, man. How's that?
A little better. I can tweak it too in my.
How's
my
that?
mixer. Oh, I went off screen. No, it's still pretty heavy.
Is that still too loud for you? You can't take it?
Well, when you put it like that.
Hold on. It's somewhere else in my settings.
Don't worry, I tweaked you here on my mixer.
Okay.
My mixer is bigger than yours. My mixer is bigger than yours. Anyway, yeah, this is awesome. We don't have a whole lot of content, but we got a whole lot of what's going on.
Yeah, you could pile people on the show real quick.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we could... Why just use one platform? We could just layer them like a sandwich, like a big...
Yeah.
Big...
Like if you had 3 or 4 Google Hangouts going on and all tied into this, man, that's... that's like a 50-person panel, or the way you were talking about earlier.
Yeah. No, we could really push the envelope on this kind of thing. We just have to get creative, and that's my middle name.
Are you in the Matrix, Rob?
I am the Matrix.
I am the Matrix.
Oh, I can't wait
to do I sound better now?
I'm gonna get some soundboards installed as a separate program and punch that shit in. It's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna get sound effects. I'm gonna get like DSP processing effects going on. Some of this, and it's gonna be pretty wild.
I need a Hal soundboard so I can communicate with Hal.
Holy shit! You are just punching the VU meter through the roof.
Man, I just turned it down.
You're all amped up.
Your actual volume hasn't changed though. That's the weird thing. Hang on, I'm just gonna see if I can trim it on channel. Oh yeah, there we go. Haha. One's me, one's you. Hang on. I just gotta figure out which is which. Say something.
Test, test, test.
Well, that was a weak test. We're testing the regular voice. No.
Test, test, test.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. I got the right one now. Okay, cool. Look at that. See, guys? I'm learning all the buttons and sliders and things in this program.
And there's
You
no
don't have a
copyrights
profile
either, right?
picture, man. Where's your profile picture, Robert?
A what?
You don't have a profile picture, Robert.
I have a who?
Profile picture?
Where?
In your Skype, man.
I do?
No, you don't.
Because I'm the Matrix. I am who I say I am when I say it.
Are you sure you didn't turn me down too low, man?
I don't know. No, what? No. No, we're doing that talking over each other thing. I kind of have a bad habit of speaking. This is pretty wild, actually. I'm bouncing around from desktop to desktop. I got basically I got 4 dual desktops running, like 4 times 2 dual monitor, and every single
No, but are you on YouTube streaming this right now too?
No, but I am recording it. So what I'm doing is I got the actual output feed that's being broadcast is being also recorded. I'm going to save it as an MP3 file and then also upload it as a YouTube file as well. So these will all be YouTubed.
Are we rolling now?
YouTubed. That's right. What you said.
For all those stoners out there, we're being YouTubed.
Yeah. Want to say hi to the live chat. Wow. It looks so different.
See, we have no idea what you're looking at, man.
Oh, if you go to caster.fm, go to www.caster.fm /CP, but you have to be logged into me. Actually, here, sorry, go to S.T.S.H. caster.fm, and it'll take you to
influence if you go.
What?
It's caster.fm.
CASTOR?
ER.
.fm.
Go over to my Google Plus. I shared it, and there's a link on it.
Oh my god, it was right. Holy shit.
Google Plus.
Oh, damn.
I shared it, and link on it.
Oh my god, it was right.
That was a delay. Big time.
That was, yeah. Okay. Oh no, it shows me with my real name on your site, man. I don't like that. You got that Facebook shit on there, man. Yeah, I ain't posting on that shit.
Oh, well.
You gonna put up a different thing for us to comment down there rather than Facebook?
It seems to be tied into Facebook and SoundCloud, but, you know what? I'm probably going to link it to, I might create another account on Facebook just for Echelon Publishers Group and do it through that.
Anything you do through Facebook, all of us that use Facebook will, if we have our real name, we're going to be stuck with our real name on there.
We're going to be stuck with your real name on there. Now
I'm
you
not
tell
seeing
me.
your real name influence. I'm seeing.
I don't see your real name.
I logged out, man. I didn't post anything.
Oh, too bad.
No, see, I'm over on the Caster page is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm not talking about on Skype, man.
Yeah, no, I'm on the Caster page right now.
Yeah, so if you have the comment, set up comment through Facebook, well, Facebook is one of those platforms that we can't make multiple accounts because it knows our computers right away. Do you know what I'm saying?
See what I'm saying? Yeah,
but you do know what I'm saying, right?
I
it's
do.
not like I can make 3 Facebook accounts.
I'm sorry I linked it. I didn't realize it was going to screw you up.
No, it'll screw a lot of people up because listen, if you signed up into Facebook with your real information, you can't then go into Facebook and create another account on that computer.
Oh, I can.
To text your .mac address.
Yeah, I can.
Sure, if you want to go in and create a secondary off to the side, but they can still be traced to you.
You can trace it all I want.
Yeah.
I go and set up accounts on other people's computers. They can trace me to them too.
I know there's some people that don't mind, and then there's a whole bunch of people that do mind. So I'm just letting you know
See, I never paid it any mind because I don't care. Like, I don't care who knows what about me. I broadcast my life out there, so you can dox me. It's like, whoa, you just proved you're really right. Like, not you. I'm talking about people with the intention to dox you. It's like, what for? I mean, if you're gonna dox me, like, you just look me up in a freaking phone book.
Yeah. I have other people to look out for, though, not just myself. So
dox me here. I'll send you a business card. I'll make it easier.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't have a problem not typing in there and commenting. I can ignore what's going on in there.
Well, there's going to be, there's also going to be, when it's all said and done on the companion website, I want to actually send people there because there's all kinds of widgets and shit that you can have from here and not this advertising, So I'd rather send people to my website and have them not look at all this other garbage and have a good live chat there instead.
Right.
So just, give it a little bit of time. The main domain name that I have for echelonpublishers.com, that just got re-registered. That's renewed. So there's no danger of my domain going down. So we're able to continue working on that.
Uh-huh.
So we're going to be cooling the gang on that side of things. I'm going to work this week. I'm going to be working on getting that all spiffed up too, because it's going to be pretty awesome.
Now it says there's 7 listeners.
Yeah, wow. That's what I was fixing to say. We got 7 listeners.
That's cool.
Where are they listening from?
We're up 3 listeners.
Huh?
Where are they listening from?
This page, right?
Yeah. Yes, or that page. Yes. Now there is there is links that you can download a desktop widget and other stuff.
Right.
But and there's also there's embed code as well that I can copy and paste into my website, which I haven't done that yet. What are you giggling at?
I don't know. They're giggling off in their hangout thing about stuff.
They got the giggles in.
Where's my thingy? So listen, I was talking to
That's a horrible sound.
Oh, that's Wolf. Hold on. I was talking to my friend Bastet about Obamacare.
Oh yeah.
She works as a nurse at an institution, And she was saying that all of a sudden, all the beds that normally the indigent would take, they're now on Obamacare, and so they're not coming in anymore.
Oh.
To really? The facilities. It's being replaced with
that's horrible. Well, is that horrible?
No, see, that's the thing. We were trying to figure out if it is horrible or not for the indigent, or like if what's happening, the doctor, and then the doctor says, well, okay, now you come see me and you can't go to that facility. We don't know if they're being told they can't go to a facility now, or if they still can go to the facility. You know what I mean? So we were kind of trying to think about that too. It did benefit at least the indigent,
Yeah.
Right? All of a sudden, what she is saying is that what's odd is that all of a sudden they went from where now they've had to double the patients, and yet somehow now they only have half the patients coming in. So while they've doubled the amount of people that would be coming in, for some reason, now there's half of the people coming in. Now the jails are bringing people to them instead, where they normally wouldn't bring these people there from the jail. They're now purposefully arresting them and putting them in there again. Remember back before with Reagan, before everybody was kicked out of the institutions, the people would get arrested and they would get put in the institutions. Right?
Vaguely. I was like 10.
Well, something's happening. Whatever's happening, it won't be clear until we go 2 to 3 years in.
Well, I hope we make it that far, but cool. Shit. I'll have to look into that.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, she works in that field. She's been working there in the field since 1976.
Really?
So now she's not into all the conspiracy stuff or the, how much they bullshit. So it was like kind of having like a conversation with somebody that's kind of aware of, a lot of the stuff that's going on just because of her age and stuff like that. But she doesn't follow a lot of the same stuff I do. But I thought this is a great conversation to have because she looks at things from a different perspective, but she's kind of awake to a lot of this stuff, right? And at the same time, she's worried about her job and what's happening with the facility. And, so it's a whole different take than what we're used to hearing.
Yeah, I was going to say, for some people in that position, though, it's a good thing kind of not to be caught up in what we're all kind of aware of, because you can kind of have a bit of a fresher view, like a more objective view of what you're actually witnessing. I mean, it's easy for us to take things and spin them side to side and knock them around the room and fuck them up sideways and come up with all kinds of crazy theories because we know so much, right? But, I don't know.
And another thing that we were talking about was trying to figure out, is the polio vaccine, like people are saying, we didn't really need the polio vaccine because people had already went through the gamut of polio, so therefore it was naturally weeding itself out.
Right.
But at the same time, I still remember, I look around now and I don't see the kids like when I was a kid. When I was a kid, that we still have kids with braces on their legs and the crutches and stuff. There was still kids like that.
Yeah.
The younger generation, they don't remember that stuff. So if somebody gives them a whole line of information that says, oh no, the polio thing was all a fraud and this and that, that's easier to believe because they don't remember these people that had polio.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I remember still in school, we were still dealing with it. It was tailing itself off. So the world was getting vaccinated. It was tailing itself off, and there were still some people with polio. But like my friend Iga, his dad had polio and was wheelchair bound, and it was around. A lot of people had it.
Right.
So we were trying to figure out, is it that it was just is it that had already run the gamut and the vaccines maybe did help, or is that really a scam? Like, I don't know enough about medicine, but that's something I think would be a great conversation to try to go through all the different information on polio.
That would
because
be
there's two major things in medicine that happen.
That would be a great addition to the Designer Disease series that we'll be working on soon. Eventually.
Yeah, and there's one medicine for sure that made the biggest difference, and that was penicillin.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what, that mold, that natural occurrence, it's still nature's medicine.
That's why, when people tell me to clean up my room or my car or this or that, and I say no, I'm like, what if I come up with the next big, cure for something because I let it fester and grow in my possession?
Oh, jeez.
Right?
You never know.
Like, fuck, you could be killing science.
Look if you let the McDonald's burger stay in there an extra 10 years instead of just 5, it might actually deteriorate into something
Hey, look,
beneficial.
I don't go to McDonald's, man. I got some style. I go to Burger Baron.
Okay. But
don't get it twisted neither.
I'm just curious about this polio thing because
I got their triple stacked mushroom burger, and it was like, this is the most horrible thing I ever put in my mouth, and I can't stop eating it.
I mean, I got all those measles, mumps, and rubella, but I still got measles and mumps.
I don't remember getting anything.
Well, I got them so young, I don't remember them. I got them when I was 1 year old.
I remember when I actually got measles. Hang on, guys. I'm kind of looking around for my optics, my glasses. I can't see shit.
And a lot of these kids were getting the polio, yet we still had kids with polio. So I wonder if it just is just that it was running its own gamut or something through.
I'm wondering what's going to happen with these meatball kebabs from 7-Eleven. I wonder what happens when you leave those around for a while.
That's just gut rot right
you
there.
You probably load them up into something, fire them at people, and hurt them bad.
Yeah, it's got bad news written all over it.
That's the kind of stuff you whip at the governor's mansion.
Well, if it's good enough for Doug down the street, it's good enough for me. Oh, I'm just joking. Just sometimes I'm lazy.
Well, anyways, I'm glad that I recorded hers and mine's conversation. I asked her, if I could. She started talking. I'm like, you know what? I don't get to really record and talk to people much that do think differently on a lot of stuff than I do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to let people know.
That's cool. I'd be interested in checking that out because that's definitely some food for thought for, some of the things we've been kind of exploring with the design of disease thing. Because I go into.
You guys need to get going on that too, because they keep announcing this new HIV too, and how now they've got this new this new disease, and it's like, man,
I got to get the original series as it was designed finished first, because if I was to wait for all the updates, I mean, I'll be dead and buried before I get it out.
No, that's why you guys got to get this information out now about this stuff that you already got, because they're already moving forward with HIV too.
Yeah. No, I caught wind of that, and I was very curious. That actually is one of the reasons I kind of halted on it. I wanted to see what the news would be like, because they did that with Ebola as well. They had, Ebola version 1.0 beta back, in the 90s when it was in Zaire. And then it, you don't see or hear of it for like 10 years, like almost a decade. And then it comes out new and improved.
I mean, I think them giving people the drugs and then that's what really is opening them up to the other illnesses is not much different than possibly with the vaccines, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and that was the other thing we're talking about, because, a lot of people, all right, people in the medical industry, right, they have to get the vaccines. It's the law. Okay, so if you're a nurse or a healthcare professional, in a lot of states, they mandate that your facility, all the staff have to be vaccinated, okay, and get the flu shots. Because if they don't, then they say that they won't send them their subsidies, all right?
Right.
Now, what ends up happening is a lot of the elderly medical people, staff, they'll get those shots, and they're already older folks, right? And every year when these shots come out, some of those older people die, and that's what opens up a new position at those facilities. People don't think about that stuff. But it really does. In the last time she got the shot, just this last year,
she got a promotion.
She got really sick. Really, really, really sick.
That's horrible.
And I'm just like,
yeah. Well,
she sees it as that's how they can also get rid of the some of the staff. It might not be many, but every job counts for the younger people, right?
Yeah.
So if all of a sudden that job opens up because an older person died from that vaccine shot or flu shot, not vaccine, I mean flu.
I think what they're risking is, like there's, I don't know if it's, like I'm totally, like, I'm guessing here. But, I mean, I'm sure with the number of people who actually die, it probably doesn't outweigh the number of people who get caught up in long-term treatment, and until like the day they're 80, they're eating like a Skittles bag of medication a day, yeah,
but somebody that's healthy, they're at work, there's no problem. The state orders that person must be vaccinated to keep their job. Not vaccinated, I hate using that word. Given the flu shot, right? Inoculated with the flu shots, right? This person was fucking fine. Now that person's sick. And that person could be dead. This is the risk that they're taking. They're just like saying, okay, hey, yeah, you're healthy. Oh, great. Well, guess what? If if your hospital wants the subsidy, or if you're working for, any kind of state-funded stuff, you have to get the shot, and then that person dies. Who gets held accountable for that?
Yeah.
It's a damn shame they could force you to do it.
Yeah, and of course people are going to say, yeah, because that's their job. And these are elderly people, and I don't mean elderly. I don't mean that they're like fucking 80 years old. Okay, I mean, but they're getting up there in their years, and the older you start to get, the more that stuff wears on you.
Aren't the medical practitioners themselves though? Aren't they completely like, I don't know if the word is indemnified, but aren't they completely like, not responsible for the outcome? Like providing, of course, there wasn't any malpractice.
Hold on, was that bee? My dog, did you hear my dog making that noise, man? That was horrible. You
sounded like he farted through a kazoo.
No. The fart through the kazoo is bee. I'm talking about my dog.
Stop farting through kazoos, bee.
It's this horrible noise, man.
That wasn't my farting sounds.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I blame B, and it's not even B's fault.
Oh, good help is hard to find, B?
But there's got to be a way that you should be able to say no to this. This is something I really want to happen. Is I want people that are in those professions to be able to say no.
Mm-hmm. I think it all ties into
and keep their job.
Well, it ties into how we should be able to say no to the driver's license. We should be able to say no to taxes because like the whole thing's a fucking scam in the first place. It's not right. So I mean, whatever the root is, we got to get to the root of the issue so that we can say no to all of it. If that makes sense.
Well, I'm gonna call my congressman's office and have him send me a letterhead. And I'm going to write out my complaint. And I know it doesn't matter.
A buddy of mine in
it doesn't matter.
Saskatchewan.
It does to me, and I'm still going to hurt my congressman.
Yeah, my friend in Saskatchewan, he had money being. He was in. He had a broken back. He had some issues, health problems, and they were embezzling money from him. They were taking his money, and then they were abusing him in the facility he was at. And he calls the cops. The cops basically told him to go screw himself, kind of thing. So then he went to report the cops to the next authority up the chain. They told him to basically screw himself. So he went to his MP, the member of parliament, and even the member of parliament was like, go screw your hat, buddy. And they're all corrupt.
Yeah, well, even if right or wrong, I'm gonna write. I know that it doesn't much matter with the congressman, but I am going to write him because he is pretty cool. He's pretty open-minded because he's kind of, I don't know, he's not like, I don't know. I know people say they're all the same, and I know that they are, but at the same time, when he's getting ready to vote on certain things, and he gets a loud and clear message from his constituency, he seems to respond pretty well to us. And in the years I've lived here, we went through like 5 Congress people already. So there's no such thing as they're lifers, unless they're a Nancy Pelosi or what's that? There's some assholes that stay in there. Majority of them don't.
I just wanted to, sorry, I don't mean to cut off your topic. Just responding to a gentleman, Scott, there in chat. I've downloaded a bunch of your stuff from the link that you sent me. Just give me a moment.
I don't see the chat. Where's the chat?
The chat is on S.T.S.H.
That's what I was getting at, Influence. If you go to my Google Plus page, you'll see where I shared the link. If you'll click on that link, it'll pull up a chat.
That's what I thought too.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
Right or wrong, I'm still in love with you.
One program idea might be playing new music and reviewing it. I am a qualified critic, but what could be fun and gain listeners? I can add humor, legitimately compliment music that, in my opinion, is worth complimenting, and make fun of art and art. I'm also a qualified critic. I know a piece of shit when I hear one. No, I'm joking. That was just rude.
No, I'm over there, man. That's where I'm at. But I don't see the chat, dude.
Oh, you gotta.
Piece of shit when I hear one.
You gotta click the link. There's a 5 little icons, little house, a little heart thing. The
okay, radio dashboard, request a song, video, live chat. Thank you. Got it.
There you go. You found it. I found her.
Back to 7 listeners. And 4 votes.
Oh, name. Message, I see.
Okay, so
if people are wondering why I'm kind of trailing off, I'm just exploring this program and looking at all the little buttons and doohickeys in real time. Like, you know, it's a lot easier to do it this way and embarrass myself in real time than it is to not really know how these things affect the show. So
right.
Just bear with me, guys. This is the first show.
So we can that, right? Okay, cool. Why does it say your vote has been received, but it's not spelled properly? That's gotta be, and that would seem like a widget, like the widget that they should have gotten that right.
Hey, Wolf.
It might.
Truth's having a show. My bad for interrupting, Influence. Truth's having a show.
Truth is. Oh, he's on. So I heard you got your truck running. Good.
Yeah, 3 times, and I had to whack the starter with a hammer to get it going again. I got to go to a pick and pull tomorrow morning and pull out a new starter and replace it. It's not running. It's being a pain in the twat.
Who's funny or die?
Who's
funny or dies in real life too?
Who's funny or dies?
Yeah.
I was repeating it back to you because I didn't understand it, and it didn't help me at all.
One of the live events is by something called Funny or Die IRL 2.
Oh,
which
Funny
I think
or
is
Die
in real life, right?
I got it.
IRL?
RL.
But
yeah,
I'm
real
like,
life.
whose is that?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
You know, I noticed I don't like about this live chat though. If you're indecisive and you're not
What's
sure how
that?
to finish your sentence, and then the page refreshes, it deletes what you had in there already. That's a pain in the ass.
Oh. Needs a longer timer somehow.
Or more decisive people typing in those boxes, which I clearly am not.
I don't see Truth's thing. How come I don't see Truth's
There we go.
thing?
I'm going to, okay, Sammy wrote, thanks for the invite. I don't have Skype, though. I should install it. I'm going to go see if I can't make a list of programs that would work. Oh, look at that. Free Radio Revolution. He's appeared online. Let's see if we can't, haul him in here. I'll just let it ring. Just let it ring and ring and ring.
What's happening, guys?
Hey, welcome to S.T.S.H. Radio Online.
Am I on live?
You're live, buddy.
I didn't know that. I just turned into Skype and I'm immediately getting called.
That's why I warned you right off the top.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, my goodness. Oh my god, I hate things that automatically play on you.
Oh, jeez.
I do
yeah,
too.
I hate that too. It's a pain in the ass.
I hate Scroogle because they do that all the time.
That's why we're doing this show, buddy.
So you're off Scroogle now.
How you doing?
Yeah, we're doing this through, I'm using a program called Internet DJ Console, Jack Audio Connection Kit, and Skype all together in one big package, and I'm broadcasting to caster.fm.
And is there like a hangout for people to chat and stuff, or is it just?
There's a live chat there, but we're gonna make a better one on my website. So.
Oh, that's great! I think that's a great idea, dude. Because don't rely on Scroogle and Infinity Influence. I'm doing good. Thank you very much for asking. How are you?
Yo, what's up, Jeff?
Hi there. Who's that?
Be Smiley.
Be Smiley. Hi,
we're,
Be Smiley.
We're using Google on this thing.
What's up, Jeff? This is J Thorne64. We haven't talked before either.
Hi there. Yeah. Fuck. I'm good, man. I'm just. I'm surprised. I just came to check my messages and I get a call. Like, oh, okay. But I'm good. I'm just. I've got chills. They're multiplying. But I'm dealing with it.
Well, it's funny. It's the first broadcast we've done.
Us out here that see what you see, bro. We're in a way. You know what I'm saying? Like seeing this kind of shit too. So.
Yeah, it's quite nasty, but it's not that I'm not accustomed to at this point in time. So you just got to roll with the punches.
Yeah, there's nothing chilly going on in here tonight.
And I think that's probably the progression we need to make is that get off the platforms that permit all this, attacks, shilling, whatever you want to call it, trolling, right? And find a way to have areas outside of the control grid of Scroogle or Microsoft or whatever. Right?
Yeah, I've been hearing people use the term funnel a lot lately. Like it's a big funnel. They just funnel you through, and then they squeeze you out the other end, and they can just watch every single person. And we used it to get together, which is great. But now I think we're past that point. We're at the point now where it's time to grow and expand into other platforms, and I think this is the way to kind of go to take back, broadcasting.
Yeah, there's no video, I suppose, though. Is that
not yet? I'm just starting off with this. I'm going to be dedicating a system 24/7 to S.T.S.H. Radio Online, and it's going to be going 24 hours a day. It'll take about a month or so to get it set up, but that's where we're headed.
Awesome! Wow, sounds like you got a good plan, dude.
Yeah, man. I remember this has been cooking. This has been cooking for a while. But
you should be able to still do a share screen, right?
Well, not to the listeners on Caster FM. They won't see anything.
That's
radio.
But what we will be doing on the website.
Have you checked that yet? To see that
yes,
can?
they don't do video.
Oh, yeah, because I don't see the screen. I see ya.
They don't do video. But I don't really, at the end of the day, I don't really want people to be going to the to the Caster FM site, because we have widgets, and you can also co-stream it from my website, and we can build better tools. So if we do things like a screen share, I'm going to find ways to stream it and then post it on the website. So we'll have companion tools available on our website as we go. We're just going to have to come up with them one at a time. I'm working with Garbage Media, and he's really good at finding scripts and stuff like that can do these things, and I'm really good at customizing them.
And one of the benefits too, I mean, if you say you have the chat on your website, then you cannot have all the sock puppet accounts coming in, right?
No, because I can squish them as they come in.
Exactly. So that would definitely make it much more palatable for doing this type of work.
You know what I would do is I would add a field into the database, right? And if I realize they're a sock, I just go into the admin and just go sock, and it would just change their icon, like their avatar, to a sock puppet. That's just
wow.
That's funny as shit.
So what have you guys been talking about tonight?
Nothing. I was just telling them about my friend Bastet, and I'm trying to figure out some things.
Well, this is the first show, so I mean, welcome to the first show. You have amazing timing there, Jeff.
Is it Save the Silly Humans though?
It's it's the S.T.S.H Radio Online, and it's not really a show. It's going to be 24/7. In fact, what we want to do, Jeff, and you might be interested in this, is that we need show hosts. We need people with show ideas, and we need independent musicians and artists and all kinds of shit. Like we need content now from this point forward, and it's going to be an open source radio station.
Oh, that sounds really interesting. I think you'll find that you'll get a lot of people. There's a lot of creative people that seem to be in this, and that's a really nice sign. I think about one of the positive things about a lot of truthers is that they have a lot of different ways of expressing themselves through art, music, and all kinds of different ways. Poetry, like I like your poems a lot, man. I mean, it's really cool shit. And I think that's awesome.
I've been getting to flex that muscle a little bit more lately, like because Yoda's doing when she does her podcast, we often break out into poetry.
I love poetry, man.
Oh,
it's awesome. So it's just another way of expressing yourself, and that's the whole thing. Because a lot of people, they're not so good maybe at podcasting, for instance, or maybe being on shows and stuff like that, but they're really good at music or art or whatever. And that's and I know some really talented video makers that will never come on live, right? And you'd love to get them on, people like Random Shots, and Zendrius and people like that, right? But they'll never come on. They never speak. And I kind of understand. I mean, I think they're kind of smart in a way because they don't allow themselves to be targeted. And that's part of the problem when you get, on the air all the time and you get a lot of attention, then all of a sudden you get obviously a lot of attacks, if you're in this sort of truth or movement, because that's the name of the game. And that's what I was saying. I mean, I'm talking to a few people over the weekend sort of thing, and just saying, like, there's no win in this. People are asking me, like, would you do it for money? I'm like, I can't do it for money, because if I did it for money, I'd change. I'd become like Dabu, essentially, because then all of a sudden you'd be thinking, ka-ching, 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 right? I gotta get the headline, I gotta cover whatever's hot, Kim Kardashian, whatever. Ironically, I did cover that.
And we're gonna go with this is like, for instance, I'll give you an example. We were talking about it earlier, and that's like, if we get like bands and like, artists and other creatives on here, we can sell hats, t-shirts, other kind of swag to begin with, right? We get into publishing down the road because, that's kind of where I want to go anyway. But, if somebody buys a t-shirt with their favorite band, well, guess what? We kick that band a little bit of cash for that purchase, like we support these artists as well as like, promote them, but we also support them at the same time where we can. So, I mean, it's part of the open source concept, right? I mean, they're putting in, so they got to get out. And, we put in, we get out what we put in, and
another way of thinking about it too, is, do you guys ever remember the movie Pump Up the Volume?
I do. I almost did a video about, what's his name? Christian Slater. I was going to say Christian Slater's predictive programming of the next generation of bad Christian Slater movies. But anyway.
That's actually a good one because, I mean, the idea back then was like, wow, you know, like have your own radio station. Now it's like anybody can do it, you know.
It's funny because that movie was one of the reasons I got into radio broadcasting, and then I dropped out because I found out it was all corporate and all bullshit. But
so you were in it before? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I went to Mohawk College for a whopping like 6 months, and then I was like, screw this. I did a thesis on the John Labatt Company. And they owned everything at the time. They were like the big conglomerate that owned Skydome Productions and ESPN and TSN and all that kind of crap. The Canadian versions of them.
I did radio back in college, and nobody listened. It's hilarious because the signal was like, I don't know, a few hundred meters or something. It was ridiculous. But nonetheless, you know, you had the studio, you had all the records and everything, you know, and it was like, yeah, you kind of felt like you were real.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's one of the cool things now is that you could never do this before. I mean, a lot of really young folk wouldn't understand that, but you know, having the internet, having the ability to just instantly, you know, start broadcasting live is pretty damn cool.
And not only that too, I mean, like other professionals in the field like branched out and created tools for us. There's a piece of software. It's based on Ubuntu Linux, but it's called Rivendell Radio Automation, and it's absolutely free, and it's a complete package. In fact, if you use it with multiple computers, what have you, you'll have your control room set up. You'll have your basic like your audio library. You'll have your control system. You'll have your production system, and like basically it's all in one. It's all inclusive, and it's completely you can completely automate it. Like you can set it and walk away. Like, providing, of course, you have the content and the programming, right? But, yeah, it's amazing. And speaking of which, though, yeah, I want to repeat that part again, is that this goes to anybody out there. We want show hosts. We want ideas for shows. Bring it on. Anything to the table that you can think of, send it to rob.morris74@gmail.com, or any of us here on the panel. Like, if you know someone who knows someone, just get the word out. We are doing this for you as much as we're doing it for our own egos. No, I kid, but no, it's, you know, this feels a lot better than what we've been doing on Google for some reason. Like, this feels right.
And it should, because when you do it your way, right, rather than the Scroogle way.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you know, you build a show, you build a website, you build it from the, you know, the roots or the foundation, and you build it up. And
exactly.
And then eventually you have something, a platform that people can get away from the whole grid. And that's you know, that's one thing that we know is going to happen, because the censorship dealing with Scroogle is not going to lessen. I mean, it's gonna increase.
Yeah, and it seems like it's more broken every week. Like, did you hear what happened to me a few nights back there?
Nope.
I set up a show. I literally, as soon as I hit the broadcast button, that little counter thing spins around. As soon as it spun to 100, bam, my Chrome shuts down instantly, right? I'm like, what? So anyway, I had to log out. I had to reboot my computer. Chrome wouldn't restart because it was just fucktarded in the back end. So I rebooted, I got back in, and then I came back into a dead air. Like, they killed the live broadcast, so we had to shut it down, start up a new one. Got Scroogled again, got kicked out. I came back in. I just said, screw this, I'm going to bed.
I can't even count the amount of times. Like, every time I tried to host a show, something would go wrong.
Yeah.
And I would have everything prepared in advance. Unlike Red Pill, who would leave everything till like 5 minutes after the show was supposed to start. I would have like everything out, you know, early in the afternoon before the show would go. I'd have it all set up. I'd have all my hosts lined up. I'd have the whole thing, and then I'd go to hit click start, and it wouldn't work.
You know what? That's how I started doing the shows. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have this all organized. It's gonna be awesome, and yeah, it's gonna be cool. And then, I just got so I don't know. I was like, screw this. I come home like
Yeah,
late.
lazy.
I show up half an hour late for my own show. Like just broadcast. Hey, what's going on, guys? This is episode whatever.
And I like that. I like the contrast. Some shows are very prepared and structured, and other shows are just off the rails.
Mm-hmm. You know, Infinity Watch he's put together a really great show. I thought he's got I like his host style.
From the Trenches?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great show. Yeah, I agree. And he is a great host. He's just such a nice guy and just really, well spoken and polite. And he gets good guests on, so that's really important.
No, being structured as John LeBon, that's just a little too boring for me.
That's not structured. That's just control freakish.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm going to hand it over to you, and then you can hand it over to this person. It's like
I remember one time on my own panel, he told me, "Hang on, Rob. Hang on, Rob. Hang on." It's like, "Whoa, no, you hang on. Shut the fuck up."
Like when Free Radio Revolution started, it was just a total drink fest, kind of like Save the Silly Humans. We're smoking doobs, we're drinking beers, hardcore, and just shooting the shit. And whoever has the loudest voice is grabbing the microphone, essentially, right? So, pretty chaotic, but it's still fun. And some people can really connect with that, I think, and then others want everything structured. You know how it is, right? Some people like to live in the box, and other people like to smash the box.
Yeah. And Matty D's another one too. He's kind of with he's with the Infinity Watch on that, but I like how they kind of close it down. They have like 4 people panel, and yeah, that's cool. That's good. Keep it simple. I hope to get all you guys on here with your own shows too, to do like an audio version of these things.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a hiatus from doing live shows for a while.
Yeah, you can pre-record them too. Like you can just do whatever you want.
I like that actually too. We used to do that when we did the Gang of Four and we were doing it with Red Pill and Kate Slate and Dave. We would record it on Skype, or we would do it on Skype, and then we would upload it after. So it was weird. It was like all of a sudden Google Plus came around, and the shows with Max Resistance started doing. They were one of the first to do the Google Plus type hangout, and that kind of took off because then people were like, "Oh, you can see people, you can share screenshots and stuff." So it's nice from an audience perspective, and then you have the chat if you set it up properly.
Right, right. And I'm also, just so you're aware, I'm actually recording this broadcast right now too. So when this is all said and done and finished, I'm actually going to save it up as an MP3 file for retrieval and also upload it to YouTube as an audio video file.
Yep.
So
that's actually how we used to do it with Free Radio Revolution. We did the group shows. We would sit around, as I said before, I'm getting a bit of echo here, but we'd sit around and drink beers and shoot the shit. And then I would do all the work after, which would take the audio, the WAV files, mix it into MP3, then put it into a video format, add images to it. It was very time consuming, but yet, you could do it. I mean, if you have a bit of time to do it, you can do it. You can throw images up. I would do like images every 7 to 30 seconds sort of thing, going along with this sort of conversation that was happening.
Right.
And then that makes it good for the YouTube format, right? Because if you just put the audio up,
the way I would do it is I'd use record my desktop kind of thing as well as record the audio, because I got the audio feed going into Audacity right now, and then I can also take any window of my choosing and then throw that into record my desktop, and then get both sources, and then I just tie them together. I just tie them together in post, and then do the upload.
Exactly.
What is going to be the rule, though, as far as being able to play like music or something?
Well, here's the thing, right? Is that I'm going with the open source thing. So that means that when it comes to music, copywritten stuff is going to be a no-go. However, in any case where we're doing any kind of journalism or we're covering things like doing news, I don't care, carte blanche, man, because it's all fair use, man. It's all fair use as long as you're doing something that is in some way, shape, or form journalism. Guess what? Posner can't get us over here.
Did you guys hear about what Harper did today dealing with copyrights?
I heard some. I caught wind of it. Yes. You want to kind of.
Yeah, I caught it off the news, sort of thing. They've extended, or they've reamped the sort of copyright bill so that it extends now to 70 years instead of the 50 years before. Right. And several prominent sort of Canadian musicians were very much behind it, like Bruce Cockburn and Randy Bachman, and like guys that have been around since the 60s.
Yeah.
Because that means
their stuff is about to go public domain.
Yeah, it means they're getting to that 50-year point, right, where their music is going to be non-copyrightable, sort of thing. And I mean, the way I see it, I mean, this is a really interesting topic, dealing with copyrights and the internet and all that. I remember way back when we covered the copymism or something. It was like a new religion that had started out of Denmark or something. It was like the idea was everything should be free. If you can download it, should be free, sort of thing. And I kind of like that idea in a sense, because like as a musician, you know, musicians make most of their money live. They make very little from recordings or from CDs.
Well, the good ones anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, it's always kind of been that way, except unless you're the Beatles or something, right? Or like you're Bee Gees or whatever. You're like a huge seller.
Nickelback.
Yeah, nickel crap. Stand them. But yeah. Generally, most musicians make 90% of their income live, right? So that, and for the audience, that is optimal because you want to pay to see them live because that's the experience. That's the whole thing, the connection that you can have with them. Yeah. You can't have that with a CD or whatever. Or you can, but
that's where, you know, magic, the front man is really a front man.
Yeah. So, you know, I hate the music industry, so I'm glad to see them suffer. But now they're bringing in all this in. So they brought in this 70-year thing, which kind of goes in line with what they're going to bring in with the TPP, because the TPP is going to have a really beefed up sort of copyright thing, and that's why all the big entertainment industry is behind the TPP. They're just part of, you know, this push to get this Trans-Pacific Partnership thing pushed through. But the chapter that was released was the first one was dealing with copyrights and what do you call it, intellectual property and stuff like that. And It was pretty nasty. It was like you could be sued from, you know, like Vietnam or something, right, for uploading Happy Birthday to YouTube, you know, like that is one of the things that is where, like, if the TPP were to go through, just in the sort of intellectual property, you could actually film your daughter or son having a birthday party, and you could be singing Happy Birthday, but somebody owns the copyright for that wherever in the world, and they would be able to come after you, essentially. And that's just like the tip of the iceberg sort of thing, but it's like crazy when you think about it, right? Like, we should be going the opposite way, in my opinion. We should be tearing down these barriers. If people, like, that's why, like, if you don't make money off it, like, so if you're using, like, I would love to be able to use music, you know, like the Beatles or something like that in my videos without having the fear of getting strikes and, you know, getting pulled offline sort of thing. But, because the copyrights are so strong, you can get away with it. I mean, like, YouTube does have a sort of policy. And I think that kind of works in the sense that they can advertise the song on your video if you put the song in, right? So most of the big entertainment have allowed that, but there's a few that don't. Like, they won't let you upload anything.
Music's a tricky thing because, like, I know you're probably familiar with SOCAN here, right? So, I mean, like, that just ensures that you get paid. Like, so it doesn't matter who plays your music. If they've paid the licensing for it, you're getting paid, you're good, you know what I mean? But that doesn't necessarily cover all aspects, especially when it you know, comes into, like, how it's used, is how it's utilized. Like, if you were to use it for, let's say, for a commercial, well, now it's advertising a product and it's serving a different purpose. So now it's like, whoa, now you owe us a chunk of your product. You know, it's a completely different animal. But like, just to play it, let's say publicly, like at at a wedding or dance party that's somewhat big, people get paid for that stuff.
Yeah, there was an interesting thing too recently dealing with video games. I find this fascinating, really. I mean, the idea that you can make a living off of playing video games was so fucking crazy. When I was a kid, it was like, get the fuck out of here. It would never happen. Right? No fucking way. Now you got guys like PewDiePie, right, who are multi-millionaires. I mean, the guy makes $12 million a year or something like that, right? So they're able to make money.
Yeah, you can make
video
money
games.
off video games.
What's that, Influence?
You can make great money off video games.
I know. So Nintendo had come forth last week. I was thinking about covering it, but I didn't really think it was all that important. But it was like they wanted to go after YouTubers that were doing reviews of video games, essentially, right? And they kind of got a point because, these guys that make all this money and shit like that, I mean, most of them have no personality and they're just fucking playing the game and chatting in the background, and the game is doing everything. I mean, it's like you're watching the work that all the programmers and everybody else did to construct this world that you're playing in, essentially.
Right.
And there's a real sweet market out there for people to cover video games and actually make a very good living off it, which is, I don't have a thing against it, but at the same time it's like, what the fuck? It's like,
now what do you mean they're making money off reviewing the games? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, essentially. Well, I mean,
oh no, I thought you were talking about people like being in virtual worlds and stuff, making money selling products and shit.
I think people playing the games is kind of cool. Like they have competitions and stuff and do videos on that. But doing reviews of games, I mean, oh, come on. Like, I've always, I remember when I was younger, I watched reviews for movies until I saw a review I liked, and that made me want to go see the movie. I could see 10 reviews that said the movie sucked. I'd see the one that said, oh no, this movie's awesome. I'd be like, see, told you it's awesome. Let's go.
Like me, when I was a kid, I'd go to the arcade and I wouldn't spend all my money. I'd just watch the best video game players play through the whole game so I could see it, sort of thing, Like, I gotta spend my money.
Yeah, but wait a minute. But then there's a heartbreak after they finally leave because you've been there for 3 hours and they've dumped in like $2. You've got $2 and you lose it in like 8 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you, man?
I think it's hilarious though that you could, do this. It's almost a dream, and it extends to what we're doing. I mean, it's like having your own radio show. You never would have thought of that as a kid, sort of thing, right? Like, wow, you have your own radio show.
That's why Pump Up the Volume was such a good movie. It was almost inspirational. It was like, yeah, pirate radio is awesome,
Exactly.
And now, I get to kind of combine like three awesome things. Like, the whole open source community concept is one passion of mine. The other thing is publishing and media, which is where Echelon Publishers Group comes up, and helping the community as well as part of the open source thing. And then this whole radio kind of thing. I mean, just all together, it seems to be a really good synergy. So, I'm going to take this ball and I'm going to run with it. And, you're all invited to the party. So.
That's awesome. And you sound like you've got a lot of energy for it. So, that's what it's going to take to get it off the ground, sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
What you put in is what you're going to get out, essentially. And that's how it is with life, right?
Yep. So, and it just seems like I'm in the right place to do it because I know Linux. I know the software. I know how to use it, and I can help other people use, their computer platforms as well. Like, cause a lot of this stuff is available in different forms on like PC and Mac as well. And the one thing I hear the most often is like, oh, I'm not computer savvy. I don't know how to do this. But you don't really need to be. You just know how to click. You just need to know how to have to click a few buttons, and then the rest kind of takes care of itself. Now it's up to your personality to fuck it up,
Exactly. I mean, it becomes more user friendly as the technology sort of emerges, and that's the future. I think the future of media really is that if it turns out the right way. I mean, the future of media could be that the corporations just don't have the pull anymore. That people will turn to people on the scene or people that are been doing it like we have, sort of thing. And turning away from the corporate produced, heavily interested, sort of medium, which has lied to us for so long, sort of thing. So if you think of it on the glasses half full sort of thing, yeah, we've got a bright future, I think, for independent podcasting and radio and everything else. Music, right? All these different forms. I mean, like you could be totally unknown sort of musician, but all of a sudden you could have a hit sort of song, right? Just from your own doing, with your own recording, using your own software, using your own production, right?
Yeah. And I think personally, people like should be able to manage themselves now. I mean, like, we're in a day and age now where people are kind of aware enough. Before, there was a big mystique involved in the music industry, let's say, and you didn't know how to do how to arrange to get your CDs made and how to get them recorded and all the ins and outs of the studios and stuff. Well, guess what? Now this stuff has kind of been brought to us.
Exactly, and the software is fantastic. I mean, for producing,
everything that we're using right now is free, and guilt free too, because it's not pirated.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, I love that open source sort of stuff, like Audacity, stuff like that, that's just totally free and can do so many different things with. And that's what the beauty of the internet is. I'm really much more in favor of that sort of freedom, that we don't heavily tax it or allow corporate interests to take over and milk it for all it's worth. The recording industry is just awful. I mean, their history is nasty. They have made so much money from doing so little. Yeah. And rehashing stuff, so they have records, and then it goes, what is it, what are those things there, 8-track, right? And then you had the tape cassette, right? And then they have the CD, and then the MP3. So every time they released a new medium or a new form to release the music, they made all the money again, right? So the Beatles would come out and CD, everybody go out and buy the Beatles again.
I laugh now because it's gone and kicked itself in its own ass, the music industry. Because first, what they used to do is they come out with an album, they'd have 1 or 2 smash hits and 8 or 9 shit tracks, and that's their album, yay. And they'll put out another one 6 months later, right? And just constant barrage of crap. And now people are bitching because it's well, they've only put out 2 songs inside of 2 years. That's all they did anyway. Fucking morons.
Well, think about it. When the Beatles, right? This is way before my time, but the Beatles, in an 8-year period, right? Because they were 1962 to 1970. They released I don't know how many albums, 12 albums or something like that, and a whole bunch of other albums on the side, sort of thing. And they would release an album every 4 to 6 months kind of thing, right? And then you go back and you listen to those albums and every song is fucking great, pretty
totally.
much.
Yeah, absolutely.
The same with the Rolling Stones and the Who and all the great sort of classic rock bands. And then in the 70s you had that sort of really heavy album, concept, right? Where you had physical graffiti and stuff like that, really a theme to the music. I mean, that came in the 60s as well, but it really took off in the 70s.
I think Pink Floyd really was the one that really, really, really took control of that realm. Because I mean, a Pink Floyd album, you couldn't just listen to one song. You'd have to start it at the beginning, and you'd have to listen through it to the end, like a movie. It was a journey. Every single album I ever I loved Pink Floyd growing up.
Oh yeah,
and,
that's.
I
rock and roll.
I literally, I thought it was sacrilege to turn off a Pink Floyd album halfway through. I was like, no. Fuck off. Get away from that. Get away from that.
Yeah. And then in the 80s, it became more single oriented, more one-hit wonders, and of course videos, right?
They really did. And until Division Bell. I mean, when they came out with Division Bell, then it got a little, they were still kind of one-offish on that album, but it was kind of bringing it back a little bit.
They were never the same once they lost Roger Waters.
No. Oh, even when Sid Barrett thought he was an orange and tried to peel himself, I think
I love Sid Barrett.
They lost a piece of their souls when Sid Barrett left the group.
Yeah,
he didn't just leave the group; he left the building.
Wish You Were Here. The album was all about the crazy "Shine On You Crazy Diamond Sun," right?
Welcome to the Machine.
Yep, Welcome to the Machine. Because he did so much LSD that he lost his mind.
Yeah. He
really
turned
did.
his brain inside out.
Yeah, but he was brilliant. I mean, they actually recorded their first album in Abbey Road.
Amagama.
Yep. No, the Piper at the Gates of Dawn.
Oh, right. Shit. Yeah, you're right.
And then, actually, their first two albums are like amongst my favorite for Pink Floyd.
Well, they're very experimental, eh? Like, you could just tell that they were so different from the norm.
Bike, you can ride it if you like. It's, you know, like, I love that shit. It's just weird. It's like, it's so 60s psychedelic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And,
the best concert ever.
Yeah. Pink Floyd?
Yeah, I seen him at Toronto. Best concert ever. Out of all the concerts I've been to, Pink Floyd was.
That was when they were on the Division Bell tour, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a pretty extravagant. My buddy went and saw that one twice. He somehow lucked out and got a pair of tickets, took his old lady, and then somebody else had a pair of tickets and couldn't go. So he took himself and his other buddy with him the second time around. He got to see it free twice in a row. I couldn't believe it. And I live as his next door neighbor. I hated him for the rest of I disowned him.
I would have said, like, to see Pink Floyd, if you saw The Wall, for instance, right?
I'm like, who takes their girlfriend to go see Pink Floyd Wall? You take your buddy and you drop acid. That's what you do. You don't take your girlfriend.
Exactly.
Let her get her own ticket.
Pink Floyd was totally LSD. I mean, I think that has changed too. I mean, like the whole sort of idea of super bands, they don't really exist unless it's like U2, right? There really isn't. You know, like when I was a teen or when I was a kid growing up, they were all super bands. Aerosmith, right? You know, U2, things like that, right? Like they were just huge bands. And now, I mean, well, there's a few still around, but they're mostly dinosaur bands.
I was
right?
a huge fan of the little bands that are coming out, like the Odds and like a few of those that genre of groups. I was a big fan of some of those, like before Finger 11 when they were Rainbow Butt Monkeys. I thought they were cool.
Yeah.
I just, it was just different. It was original kind of stuff, and that was around the same time as the Seattle grunge scene, right? And a lot of good stuff came out of that too.
That was a good scene. I liked the Pixies a lot.
Pixies are awesome. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Jane's Addiction, stuff like that. Like, really, there was great music there in the early 90s, you know? Like, that was a scene sort of thing.
I liked a lot of other stuff. I liked Moby as well. Moby was cool. They were a little bit more, maybe you really hear that, eh? But, that song, It's Full of Stars.
Yeah. No, I never got into Moby.
No, they had some interesting sounds though. Like they were again, it was. Like,
I thought it was a he. Like he's just some nerdy guy that.
Yeah, kind of, sort of, but it was all experimental stuff. Like it was when music was kind of taking a little bit of a trip from the norm again. That's when Beck was coming out with stuff, and I like Beck. He's got a lot.
Yeah, I like Beck too. I saw him live.
Oh, did you?
Yep. You know, like, I don't know, like, I'm kind of out of the scene today. I stopped listening to pop music, or not pop music, never really was big on pop music, but contemporary music back in 2004 when Napster went down. That's when I was, like, downloading like crazy. I downloaded everything, like, everything I could find, essentially. I downloaded, like, hundreds of gigabytes of music. I was just the biggest music head. And then once they shut that down, I was like, fuck it, you know? And then I had so much music that, I had just unlimited amount of music to go and explore, sort of thing. And I got out of the contemporary sort of scene at that point in time.
1994 was my year. I worked for Adventure Electronics, and our store got renovated. It used to be the old Majestic chain. I don't know if you remember those stores. Remember Majestic Electronics?
No.
The big yellow lion as its logo. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. We started carrying music right as soon as we got renovated. We had a whole music section, and with my employee discount, I was buying 3-4 albums a paycheck. So, but this was 1994. If you remember 1994, that was the breakout scene, like for Green Day, the Stone Temple Pilots, Collective Soul, like all these other bands that were coming out at the time. Live. Like there was just so many of them.
Yep.
A lot of them were like one album, wonders. But yeah, it was a good time for music. I thought 1994. Like there's so many bands. Like, oh, I love that song, and figure, oh yeah, it's from 1994. Go figure.
Yeah, I think the early '90s were pretty rich for
new sounds too.
Yeah, the grunge scene, just that revival of rock and roll. I'd say, like the '80s became the hair bands essentially, right? You had Guns N' Roses, you had some pretty good rock and roll bands, but like you had all the real sort of hair, the Poison and shit like that.
Spandex on people that shouldn't have it.
Yeah, and I always hated that idea that you had to play ballads. I fucking hate ballads. I think Led Zeppelin had something to do with that, but definitely Chicago. Once they discovered the ballad, they became like the sappiest band ever.
Oh man. Who else was bad for that? Janie's got a gun.
Aerosmith.
Aerosmith, that's it. Aerosmith was horrible for that.
That's why I like AC/DC so much, because they said, fuck the ballad. They never did a ballad.
You know what's really funny? They just came out with their new album, Ballbuster or whatever it was. And it sounds just like their old albums. You could, like, interchange their albums. They have
I've
the
seen
exact
them
same
live
sound.
twice.
They don't change.
And I swear my hearing was never the same. I actually, in one show that I saw, which was I think it was the Razor's Edge show in Montreal, I was at the, like, right at the level with the speakers, essentially. Like right next to the stage. They had these huge speakers that were like two stories high or something. I mean, it was just ridiculous. And then they brought out the cannons, right? They always bring out the cannons for those about the rock.
Mm.
And for 3-4 days afterwards, my ears were ringing. I couldn't hear anything. Like afterwards, I remember going to the coffee shop, all wigged out on mushrooms and drunk as a skunk, sort of thing. I couldn't hear anything. I was screaming at people.
Huh. I just caught this headline here. Bloods and Crips team up to promote positivity in Baltimore. What?
That's better than negativity.
Well, yeah, but it's just like, wow. Now, like, aside from seeing a man eat his own head, I've now seen it all.
I wonder if that's a hoax too. I didn't really look into it.
No, I
saw a couple
just
videos.
read the headline. It was just kind of took me aback.
When I saw the name, what was his name? Kevin Gray? Was that his name?
Yes. Yeah, we were talking about that last night, actually.
Yeah, I thought, well, that's a coding, right?
Yesterday.
Black, white, gray, of course, right? Mm-hmm. The black and white.
Scully was trying to get in here, and he I missed his message on Google Plus. If he's still listening, Robert 1974-1. Find me on Skype, and we'll get you in on here.
There was a concert at the CNE, and it was Pearl Jam, Neil Young. There was like 5 bands that came there, and I can't remember who they all were.
What year was that?
I think it was 93. And there was 5 bands.
1992, I saw the Beastie Boys on the Check Your Head tour in Toronto.
What?
Yeah, it was badass.
No, this was at the CNE, and this had Neil Young, Pearl Jam. Man, there was like so many bands there that
I got to see White Stripes for free in at the Molson Amphitheater. The amphitheater's the one down by the Ontario place, right? Yeah, I got to see White Stripes for free. That was a free concert. It was pretty awesome. I can hear someone's Googling.
Yeah, I seen Metallica in 1990.
Oh, right on.
Born in Houston. That was the loudest concert I ever went to.
That's another one of those bands that just don't change and don't need to, but they just don't change. They keep their. But they've been riddled with interpoliticking, though, haven't they?
Yeah, for as much money as they make, you think Lars would quit bitching about Napster.
Yeah, that's what it was. Right. They were like, They're the frontliners of the anti-Napster campaign.
That's right.
Pricks, I knew I didn't like them for a reason. No.
I mean, it'd be one thing if you was a struggling artist or a struggling band, but when you already have $10 gazillion in the bank and you're bitching over 99 cents.
Oh, yeah.
Shut up and go home. Collect your money.
If you told these guys that people would be able to buy their songs for $1.20 a piece, they would have told you to go fuck your hat.
Yeah.
They were all about the inflated costs of not just it wasn't just about the merchandise, it was about the marketing and everything else behind it. They were agents.
Well, even if you go back to like the Ride the Lightning album, where it didn't have but 8 songs on it anyway, and you paid $12.99 to get it.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
I always like the how they would well, I don't know if you had the same problem in the United States, but I'm sure Jeff would remember this quite well. Like, we'd wait for an album and it would get released and we just wouldn't get it. But then we'd get it about 3 weeks later as an import and like pay like a $7 premium on top of like what it would normally be worth. And it's just like ridiculous.
Oh, in Quebec it's even worse.
Oh, really?
Well, maybe not so much with music, but with movies, because they had they have a law with movies in Quebec that you can't release the movie in the screens unless you have a French translation to go at the same time. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. They're very serious about that.
Because Montreal's like a different country almost. Like, it's almost it's its own place. Like, it's, I don't know.
It was Blues Traveler, Soundgarden, Neil Young, and Pearl Jam.
Oh, I've seen Blues Traveler. I've seen all those guys, actually.
Yeah, it was all at once at the CNE.
That's cool.
I went to see that. Yeah, and then I jumped off the wall like an idiot and like...
That guy can play
myself.
harp. What's his name there from Blues Traveler?
John
He was
Papa.
a really, really good harp player.
Oh man, and I play a harp too, and I seen the skinny version of him. And they come to the casino here about 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
And man, they laid it down. It was good, actually, really good.
Oh, I bet. They used to play with the Allman Brothers. You know,
I love the Allman Brothers and Marshall Tucker.
The Allman Brothers. They're one of my favorite bands ever.
Yeah, they're awesome. Soul Shine's probably one of my favorite songs still.
Yeah. And I love those shows because the Allman Brothers, I've seen the Allman Brothers with the Grateful Dead. I mean, fuck, it's all jams. Like, it's just unbelievable.
That's how a buddy of mine lost his mind. They were following the Grateful Dead before Garcia died, and he got a little too high on acid one night, kind of lost his marbles a bit, went and hit somebody with a pipe, and I don't know, he was going on about dragons at the center of the sun, so they dragged him away. He was in the States, though. He was stateside, and he's from Kitchener-Waterloo, and he ended up getting thrown in the friggin' oh, hang on a second, I'm going to reject that and call Scully B. Kraken. Hang on. I'm going to bring him into the add people to this call. Scully B. Kraken.
Well, just a little update on the site, Rob. You got 5 votes.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh, no.
5 listeners at the moment.
5 listeners. Woo!
Yeah, hey. That's
And what did you say?
What
What happened when you got to 100? 100 votes.
He was all buying us a case of beer.
There was I forgot.
But the thing is I get to drink it though.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know if you guys do this. So, the Grateful Dead. Do you know about the Grateful Dead and Bohemian Grove?
Yeah.
I really think the Grateful Dead is like Tavistock Institute. A way to pacify a certain percentage of the population. They were the how would you call it, the sort of band of the Bohemian Grove. So they would play every summer. They would come to the Grove and play for the presidents and prime ministers and corporate heads.
That's crazy to me.
It's pretty crazy. But we still go.
Maybe that's what they were. Maybe the Grateful Dead was playing, and all those politicians were popping acid and stripping their clothes. And
absolutely. I wouldn't be the least bit
This
surprised.
strawberry milkshake is really tasty.
But, you know, if you look in the Tavistock Institute, right, like for pop culture, it's really fascinating because that would make total sense that you would have this band. I mean, the whole thing about Grateful Dead was all about the live shows, right? They didn't sell a lot of albums, but their fucking concerts sold out everywhere for like...
Yeah.
So people would go and drop acid and mushrooms or whatever else and just trip out. And it was, you know, it'd be a big peace fest sort of thing, right? Big hippie peace fest. But also a way of conditioning people, a way of keeping people, you know, unaggressive, unthreatening sort of thing, right? Because you listen to the Grateful Dead, you're you know, a tree hugger essentially, right? You're no threat to anybody. And the type of music that
You're
it was.
a threat to a sheet of acid, man.
To who?
You're definitely a threat to the sheet of acid, man, because you're going to eat that shit up.
I stay the hell away from sheets. I had a fun experience one time. I tore off a little more than what I was supposed to, I guess. And wow, what a rabbit hole that was.
I watched this lady, you know, remember when they did it from the Visine bottles, the drops? And this lady, like, somebody bumped her arm and she just squeezed this big stream into my husband's mouth. And he goes, well, I guess we're going for a ride.
That's
I guess you are. I don't know, though. I never had a problem with taking lots of acid. Like, the first time I ever took it was 5 hits.
That's a lot.
It is, I know. But I don't have a problem taking
my
a
first
lot
hit.
of hits.
My
You know,
favorite
like,
was liquid on sugar cubes. That had to be the best.
my favorite was window pane.
One of my first was white clinical.
I have a crazy experience, actually, of being on LSD and in a car and driving through the Adirondacks and in the middle of the night, you know, in the mountains with a car full of like 7-8 people. I mean, we're just crammed on top of each other sort of thing, coming back from a concert. And I was tripping out, of course, and I said, man, I feel like, you know, like I'm in a plane or something like that. And the driver turned and said, yeah, so do I. And he sped up and flipped the car, and we ended up in a ditch.
Oh,
Upside
shit.
down. I mean, oh, man. It was hilarious.
You mean literally, motherfucker.
Hey, welcome to the party, Scully.
Hey, Scully.
What's up, Scully?
One of the
He's
first things I
speechless.
did was I
know it's a new
ran.
show.
You know, I just was running down this hill, and I couldn't believe that I felt like I was just floating down it. I was
I
like,
skied
wow.
on LSD.
It
That's
was-
the craziest thing ever.
When I tore off basically a corner of that sheet, it was probably like 12 hits. Like, it was like I just tore it off and ate it. And it was blotter. But it was the middle of winter, and I remember this really, really, really cold, brisk wind hit me, and I felt like I was being teleported into another dimension. Like, I felt like my face was being stripped away, and I was literally like breaking down into like atoms, and just I was just like, and then I opened my eyes, and it's like, how much time did I just lose? And it's like, dude, like, it was like a second. I'm like, oh. like it was like an hour just went by. Like, it took that long for my body to dematerialize and come back together, and it was like fucking weird. That was awesome, though.
You know my buddy Greg? I don't know if you know him, but I used to do the show with him. And he tells the story. I mean, that guys do acid all the time, right? They actually did acid, and they went to the fucking PGA, you know, like the...
Yeah.
here at the Royal Montreal. Yeah. They're freaking out on acid, and they're watching like the world's best golfers play. And he said it was like a really bad trip. It was like everybody was like totally out of their element, sort of thing. You can just imagine, right?
Just the pants alone. Get me out of here.
Dude, we're going to go see the PGA. Let's drop a hit of acid or drop a bunch of, and those guys would drop a lot, right?
Well, I bet you it looked good on paper at the time, but
Yeah, we had to do that one time where we had to go and be with all these really rich people at a yacht club. And I was like, oh my God, we're like all tripping on acid. This is going to be horrible. It's going to be all these rich people in the yacht and they're going to be all dressed up and, and we're like the ragtag team of trippers. Like they're just sitting there laughing. And we got really lucky because the guy that owned the yacht knew my husband's father, and he just came over and with his clams and stuff, and he just stood there and he told hilarious story after hilarious story of all their antics growing up. So we got really lucky. We were able to just sit there and laugh. And he probably thought he was the funniest motherfucker on the planet. We just laughed and laughed. He was probably like, yay, I got an audience today, honey.
I had to meet this girl's parents one time, and I forgot the day, I guess. So I ate a bunch of mushrooms and didn't realize I had a dinner date with this chick. Anyway, so she comes picks me up, and I was a little bit distant mentally speaking. I was just, trying to absorb everything, and I was comfortable, but I don't think they were. Mentally. I was on like a little bit of a vacation. That was funny. I was just like, what's wrong with you today? Like, you look tired or something, or just distant. And I'm like, oh yeah, you have no idea.
A little distant.
I feel just a little distant, honey.
Yeah, it's LSD is one of those.
You gotta
things. You have to be in the right sort of atmosphere, and if you are, it's amazing. But if you're in the wrong atmosphere, can it be a bad trip?
Well, I always used to say you take your luggage with you on every trip you go on.
Yeah.
Some people just have bad trips, and some people just don't. I'm luckily one of those people that don't. Like, I kind of find the fun in it anyway. I prefer mushrooms only because they're a little less. I guess they're more organic, I should say, and I don't mean that like in the sense that they're organic. I mean the experience is more organic, I find.
Well, they are organic.
I think mushrooms are mellower.
Yeah, they're way mellower. Yeah.
I actually love mushrooms for concerts. I find it's perfect.
Oh yeah.
Because you get 4 or 5 hours. Heavy. Well, not too heavy, but just like a real good sort of tripping, sort of not crazy like LSD can be at times, right?
I like writing. I like to write on mushrooms.
Yeah, I mean, I love mushrooms. I think they're great.
If y'all don't mind me asking, where did y'all get y'all's mushrooms, like out of the pasture? Did y'all go buy them somewhere?
A little column A, a little bit of column B.
I've always wanted to know where you can pick them, though. I know that if you can recognize them, you can find them just about anywhere.
Oh yeah, man! I live in Louisiana, and I'm surrounded by cows and like 300 acres. So after a rain, you just get on the 4-wheeler and go find the cows and kick over a pile of shit. And if it's got a purple ring on the bottom, that's the eatable kind.
Wow, that's awesome.
And I've actually had friends wipe them off with their t-shirts and eat them in the pasture.
Oh, gross.
But I take them back to the house and rinse them off real good and boil them and put them in a pitcher and maybe like make some Kool-Aid out of it or something.
Except for that colorblind kid, he was never the same.
I really
it's so cool about that too when you think about
them, though. I gotta be honest.
It's one of those things. It's like Mother Nature put that stuff there, right? I mean, whatever you want to think, God or whatever, right? But it's
Mother.
There, and why not? It's like marijuana. It's the same thing, or cannabis, right?
The kicker is, who was the first kid that went and seen that cow shit and said, hey, I think I'm going to eat that mushroom?
Oh, I want that.
The history of hallucinogenics, I'm sure, goes way back into caveman times, I'm sure. Because religion, I think, and by and large, a lot of that is from hallucinogenics. And I think there's a lot of evidence to support that. And that's what you would do. I mean, you could eat some mushrooms or whatever and have these trips. And then, of course, you wouldn't have any explanation for what you were experiencing, at least in a scientific sort of way. So you would attribute it to the gods, essentially, right? So
mushroom cults.
It'd be like 2 days later, you say, "Hey, Rob, we're gonna go out here in this pasture and pick up some mushrooms out of this cow shit. I swear to God, it's gonna fuck you up."
I'll be like, okay.
Well, really, how much more different were people back then, other than they had to, work harder for the crops and different stuff like that, for their survival, but they still had the same general wants and needs, right? Like, they still had to impress certain family members. They still had to impress their boss if they had one. They still wanted to get laid, and they still wanted to get high.
I could
And some
see
of
the
them
guy
wanted
looking at that pile
to
of shit.
get educated, and some of them wanted to get educated and get high.
I can just see the guy. I can just see the guy looking at that pile of shit. He looks at his buddy. His buddy looks back at him. They just tilt their head and shrug. Oh well, let's go.
I would actually, if I could go back, I'd rather be a caveman than say, a peasant or whatever in like Middle Ages or Sumerian times or whatever, right? Because,
yeah, but they had horrible cell phone fucking coverage.
Yeah, no, but seriously, in caveman times, right?
Yeah.
And that's using the term very loosely, but prior to civilization, say, the average man worked 2 to 4 hours a day. And the rest of the time, of course, because you would hunt or gather, right? You were hunter-gatherers. Mostly, or hunter-gatherers, scavengers, right? Because for so long, we were much more scavengers than we were hunters, because there were much bigger, predators that were out there that would fuck us up.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, are you gonna eat the rest of that bone marrow?
Well, that's it. That's why they developed tools. In fact, one of the coolest things about, and this is where, of course, religious people will tune out, but we actually developed those tools using things like obsidian, right? So we would cut out these tools, and this is something I studied way back in college, sort of thing. And it's fascinating how skilled humans were at that point in time. The tools that they developed, they could crack through bone, like with one fucking, and the thing about the bone marrow, of course, right, is that's by far the most nutritious, just the amount of nutrients and everything in it. That's the most brain food that you could have, essentially, right? And that's what helped grow our brains, because when we were scavengers, by and large, right, and we were, we became very effective hunters. But the thing is that most of our evolution, we were scavengers, so we would come upon carcasses that had been abandoned by other prey, right? Prey that couldn't break through the marrow. Now, dogs are one thing, because dogs have such a strong bite that they can crack through marrow. That's why dogs love bones.
Well, that's why we had the wisdom teeth. They were basically bone crunchers.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, not bone crunchers, no.
They were
that's
just
not right. You can't crunch any bone. Our teeth would break if we tried to crunch bones.
Ours would, but I'm just saying that's left over from when we had stronger jaws.
Yeah, that's it. We'd have very strong jaws, but the thing is that we would use the tools to crack, find a carcass that had been abandoned by a bear or a saber tooth or whatever, and get the bones, because everything else would be stripped by the crows and the vultures and the jackals and everything else, right? So all that'd be left would be the bones. But the bones, if you could crack into them, had the most nutrients. So
I also read somewhere too that our appendix was a device to create the bacteria necessary to break down carrion.
Yeah,
but the thing is that we still need we need those back teeth. It isn't even a matter of
I like how they say we have redundant organs. Like, no.
Yeah, exactly. Like we need the organs that we have. There's no such thing as just a throwaway part. Now you could manage without it. But there's a difference between managing and not needing it at all.
I could manage without one of my fingers, but that doesn't mean I want to.
Right, exactly.
That's why, the caveman diet is probably the most nutritious diet that you can have, because it's what we've had for millions of years, essentially, as we evolved. And that's why we're not really, having grains, right? Wheat, having carbohydrates, right? That's not what that's not part of our diet. It's only part of our diet since civilization has been around. So, and of course, Rob will like Rob, I have this theory. I don't know if you've ever heard it, but it's the beer theory, and that civilization came about because of beer.
I strongly support that theory.
I knew you would. But the idea, right, that
hear me out. There's
store grains, and then of course
yeast is naturally occurring.
What's that?
I said yeast is naturally occurring, and in a perfect storm, and like in a perfect storm of events, I think beer could naturally create itself.
That's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. Because all you would have to do is have grain, stored somewhere in a vessel or something like that, or even in a trench or whatever, and rain would get to it and ferment it, sort of thing.
I left orange juice in the fridge, like real fresh squeezed orange juice in the fridge too long, and I opened it, and it was carbonated. I was like, "What?" Started drinking it, and I'm like, "Wow, it's got a bit of bite to it." So, you know me, I'm like, why not? I did that shrug thing like the other dude did with the shit and the mushroom. Oh well.
Yeah, it's such an easy thing to make alcohol, really. Really, you can make it from so many things. You can make it from potatoes. You can make it from apples. You can make it from anything almost.
I've actually made it from both of those things.
But isn't that cool, though? I mean, isn't it kind of neat that we were left these kind of gifts, like mushrooms, like marijuana, for instance, cannabis, right? Just growing wild in there. Hey,
I was actually researching because I made a little stovetop still. I was getting into distilling my own stuff, and I had to make a mash first though. So the mash is kind of like it's in a state of beer before. It goes to the next stage of distillation. Anyway, I was reading up on it though, because I was, where do I get my yeast? There's the beer place, the craft brewery, to get the yeast. And there's some places that just use a baker's yeast, but if the alcohol percentage gets too high, then the yeast will go inactive or dormant. And then this other page I saw, I said, you don't even really need to buy yeast because it naturally occurs in the atmosphere. And I'm like, motherfucker. Yeast is a hoax.
Oh, by the way, I think that's I used to make beer, for instance, and it takes a lot of effort to do it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
But there's a reward to it, I mean, it's your own well, not totally your own, obviously, but you're making it, right? Sort of thing. You're going through the process, and you learn a lot by doing it. And
took 3 weeks to make it. Took 3 nights to drink it.
Oh, I can tell you stories. And dude, man, like the thing about like homebrew is like if you don't have your bottles, for instance, cleaned properly. You get the bacteria in there, and you get the fucking hangovers. I mean, they're from fucking Pluto. They're the worst hangovers ever. The worst hangovers I've ever had in my life are off of homebrew.
I had a buddy of mine. He put hemp, like he put actual weed in his. Anyway, he had a bad batch or something. I don't know what it was, but he gave me a case of this stuff, and like, it didn't taste bad. Don't get me wrong. It tasted pretty good. Holy Christ. It was like someone was drilling like with like carbide tip friggin' drills like right in my head, just like 3 at a time. Like I'm like, oh my God, this thing is destroying my head. And it was horrible.
Hey you guys, I'm gonna jump off of here, okay?
All right. It was nice to have you, Influence. Thanks for being on the very first S.T.S.H. radio online show.
And thanks for having me. And Jeff, it was really nice hearing from you, man.
Always a blast to talk to you.
And Jay, I'll see you in where I have my slumber party.
Whoa! What did you do to get that prize?
No, he knows what I mean. He knows what I mean.
Where can I get on board with that?
Where do I sign up?
We have a slumber party every night, man.
Awesome. Okay, you have a great night, eh?
Okay, you guys have a good one. Bye.
Yeah, take care, hon.
Bye.
Yeah, so anyway, I just want to say something to the people listening, all 6 of you. Or how many?
All 5 of them.
All 5 of them. And one of them is my phone.
Hey, how many sock puppets in those 5?
At least one, because it's mine. Oh, my phone's going. That's how I know that I still have a signal. Because my internet's been kind of intermittently dropping. My router seems like I got the fancy router. It seems that the more fancy something is, the more likely it's gonna fucking die. But I do want to say though, like this has been a very successful test run. I kind of had to get used to using the software. It's one thing to use it when there's nobody listening, but when you're actually trying to play stuff and get other stuff and switch around from program to program and get people in and use Skype properly, like, you know, hitting that test button is one thing, but trying to actually organize and like call people is another thing altogether. But
yeah, I think it's been very successful.
Yeah, and it's just going to get better from here on in, guys. Like I said, get those ideas in. Let's get some music in. You know anybody who's a musician, tell them, hey, look, you get played. We don't want anything in exchange except for the actual music itself and any ideas that you have to share. So, and you guys make up the rules as you go. I mean, you know, we play the music. You can pull the music at any time. You get a record label, congratulations. We don't want to get in the way of your future either. But we'll be here to back your ass and support you. And, yeah. Jeff, would you like to add anything? He was just stuffing his face or something. Or getting a beer. I think all the beer talk got him thirsty.
Yeah, I just went and grabbed a beer, dude.
I know, I do it.
My last one! Yes, I am happy because Les Habitants won tonight, so we are moving on to the next round. Rob, and what's your team, by the way?
What's that?
Are you a big hockey guy?
Not particularly when it gets down to the playoffs. That's when I start paying attention. I like the Leafs because they lose. Like, I like to make fun of them. And so it's I like it when they go on a nice winning streak and then they go and fuck it right up.
Yeah.
Like, cause they do that at least once every 3 years.
I mean, Joe Thornton, you must be a hockey fan.
No way.
No.
I'm in the States. I kind of got away from sports in the last couple of years, but I never was a hockey or soccer fan.
Oh, I thought your name was after the hockey player.
Oh, no.
You know what I do at bars sometimes? Like,
okay, sorry about that, dude.
Oh, no problem.
At sports bars, this is a good one. When they go to pass the puck to the next guy, I go, "Oh, look, you missed the ball." It pisses people off.
There's a rumor that Toronto may eventually get an NHL franchise, so we're holding out, hoping it'll happen someday.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny. I can't believe that Hamilton actually got, I'm not a huge hockey fan, but I'm pissed off that Hamilton didn't get their team. They deserve a team if anybody did.
I'd be cool with that. In fact, why not? Well, I guess you can't because actually I was watching the game tonight and then it went to the after in between or whatever. Gary Bettman was going around. He's like Danny DeVito from the Batman movie. He's like the Penguin, right? But he was like, we're not looking at expansion right now, but
that's too much shit.
Yeah, there's no teams that are in trouble, so there's no teams that are going to be relocated. But there's strong interest in Quebec City and there's strong interest in Seattle. So I guess they're hinting that they could bring in 2 more teams at some point. And that's they would have to do it, or they wouldn't have to, because he said that 14-16 would work or something like that, meaning the two different conferences. But you would want to bring in one on the West Coast at the same time, perhaps, as the East Coast. So I think the next team, hopefully, should be Quebec City, without a doubt, because I mean, they're insane hockey fans, right? The French, right?
Yeah.
So And they should have never lost the Nordiques to begin with. They only lost it because they wouldn't build a proper arena for them, sort of thing.
And, they're going, it's funny, Canada right now, there's like Edmonton's going through that issue with their stadium that they're building. Hamilton just went through their friggin' problem with rebuilding Neverwin. Like rebuilding Neverwin. Did they rebuild it or or did they just
Cops Coliseum?
No, Neverwin Stadium.
Oh yeah, well they have the biggest horseshoe up their ass, and yet they still fuck up.
Tim Hortons went and funded the whole damn operation, right?
Yeah, get this. They had, for the last, including this year, for 4 out of 5 years, they've had the first overall pick, the Edmonton Oilers. So they actually won the lottery this year, which was a shocker, right? Because Buffalo or whatever was the favorite. So they are getting the greatest player of the generation, sort of thing, the next Sidney Crosby, right? What's his name? Now I can't even remember his name.
Gretzky?
Connor McDavid, right? Connor McDavid is going to be the next big superstar. He's a generational type player. That's what they call someone that comes around every generation, essentially, right? That is elite. He's just above everyone else. So they just hit a Grand Slam home run out of the park, sort of thing. So you're in good times for Edmonton now. I mean, they can't fuck that up, right? Or can they? Who knows?
Why did I didn't mean to call Justin too. Jesus.
What's up?
I just called a whole whack of people by mistake. Fuck me. God damn this stupid mouse. This mouse is defective. It does things like without my permission. No, it'll release like when I don't want it to release. Like I'll be in the middle of hovering over something, like dragging something, and then I've gone and picked up 5 other objects at the same time, then dumped them all into the trash bin. It's completely ridiculous. It's redonk, man. It's totally redonk. There we go. So, what I'm going to do here is, I'm going to kick us over into monitors, and I'm going to play some of this Scott's stuff that he asked me to download. So, going to give his stuff a shot, and we can talk behind the scenes while that plays out for a bit.
Very cool.
And we'll see where we are here. Well, we are here. Oh yeah, shit. I have the worst file structure. Like, I do not put things where they should go. I think I do, and then it's like, where did I put that? Obviously, I wasn't on point. There we go. I'm just gonna add all this stuff here. All right, Scott Dixon. This whole next block is for you. I don't know if I could go through all of it. We'll be there a while. But yeah, guys, everyone listening, this is Scott Dixon. Apparently this is a bunch of random stuff that he's uploaded to the interwebs. So just enjoy. Oh, it's so peaceful. All right, guys. We're on auxiliary now. We're not being heard. people. And I'm going to take us out. I want to thank everybody who's taken part tonight and listening, who's been on the panel tonight, and who's otherwise been a part of this very first broadcast. Like I said, it's a little bit twonky, to say the least, but that's just us cutting our teeth and getting used to the software, getting used to just a brand new system all in all. But yes, the shows will be scheduled for about the next couple of weeks. I would have to say I'll try to give as much advance notice as possible, but as other people do come in with ideas for shows and their time slots, we will build a schedule, and it's going to be fairly simple to organize, and it should be good until we can get to a 24/7 platform. That's just all dependent on the amount of money I make in the near future and whether or not I have a place to live to put that computer in. So anyway, guys, I want to thank everybody that's been involved tonight. And Jay Thornton, do you have any words in closing?
Man, Rob, I think you're doing a good thing. This has been a good test run. I haven't seen any glitches from my end. I'm on a cell phone.
That's
the
a positive.
Sound quality's been good. There hadn't been no scroogly scroogs, and everything. It looks positive from my end.
Excellent. Well, it was great to have you on board, JT. You're always welcome back. I don't know how often I'm going to do a loose show like this. I'd like to do one at least every weekend, but we're going to have to establish a schedule. But you're always welcome to my show anyhow. And yeah, you're welcome, man. Anytime. I want to take us out. You've been listening to Scott Dixon with his various arrangements that he's done, and seems to be quite good, actually. There's a lot more of it too, believe me, and we'll save that for another podcast. I will be doing some spontaneous one. However, all of these podcasts will be recorded and will be re-uploaded to my website, savehumanity.epgn.net, and also uploaded to YouTube for later listening. So don't feel like you missed out if you came in late or if you didn't come in at all. And we'll be seeing you guys on the flip side. Thanks for listening to S.T.S.H. Radio Online. Robert J. Morris and J.T. Thornton. We had free radio. He ended up coming up on the panel tonight, and the lovely Influence Freedom. And, well, to the others who didn't show up, Scully tried to get in, but his mic wasn't working. Justin, the Ottawa expositor, came in briefly, as it may be, because he was working. And I just want to send much love out to those guys and to everybody else who couldn't make it tonight. Anyway, guys, it's been my pleasure, and we'll be doing this again. Catch you on the flip side. Take care, and take care of each other, people. Peace.
Right.